This is the first step along your path to a gateway beyond which is discovery, your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor, Lorenz, you're the first on this list, spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist, living for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause, what's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham, a cheap imitation, serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Hobbs Inc., and grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link. 0 people in my family lived in Germany. You lie, but pictures say 6 million words, and that's why we'll show you this pic of Grandpa Walt hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little Chaya, Raycheck, or libs of TikTok, whatever gives you your fix, but handling your own kin is low for even you. Save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void in your heart. In the age of truth, all your tales will combust. Your house of cards falling, turning lies into dust. Saturn worshippers eating babies in the dark, but we punch up so high, we'll find our fucking mark. Coming for you, babies. Leebies. Meet the Levies, the little Levies, the little licky Levies, the little lecherous Levies, the lecherous Levies, the lecherous Levies. They're here everywhere. Levies. Paul, why so bullish? Should I call you Timothy McVeigh? Are you proud of your sin? Do you hear the children's cries echo in your dreams? And pale drug puppet manipulated schemes. So what's your plan now? The Long Island submarine saboteur sequel? Your resume lines up.
Welcome, Adam Mitzvah. You made it.
McVeigh, then got Fargo to Red Lake. It's an Indian reservation right around 9/11. What did you do to get that promotion, Paul? Whose strings did you pull? Whose rise did you stall? Did Hill or Bill come to you with the scheme? Blow up their documents, get to keep your slate clean? Are they Lebensborn too, baby? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too, Paul? Omar Mateen had American dream, but because he's not Aryan, he don't get the same scheme. No rushed execution, no prison break plan. What he's not really worth it, Paul. Great mentor man, great mentor man, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul. Good job, buddy. Great job.
Great.
And that city of Tampa vid with Bob Buckhorn.
Hi,
if you
icon.
hadn't done that, cover wouldn't be torn. What the hell were you thinking? Play in your hand. Exposed your secrets, now we understand. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. Y'all are cooked. Get ready, Peter. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter Thiel, text Dark Knight. You're in the 3rd slot. Silicon Valley's king with the Midas touch plot. How will you try to kill me? What's your next move, Peter? Defenestration, crypto heads, what's your groove? Peter, child eater. You're the octopus in the deep. Do you think of the kids when you try to sleep? Prescott's deeds, H-dubs, brutal past. Do these haunt you at night? Shadows you cannot last. Will you laser my head or drop a rod from God? Send a black helicopter
What up,
to
dudes?
microwave my bod. Earthquake NYC into the sea like Atlantis. Or shift the poles, but the ship's coming for you, Francis. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Ooh. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast, Peter. Uh-oh. Speaking of, Mr. Jimmy Beast, heed these words, take a moment to reflect. It's not your fault, but it's time to connect. You were born into this with the world at your feet, but with great power comes the heat of the street. Misogyny runs deep, learn the lessons you missed. Where do you get those tanks? How did you get the shit? We know about your ancestry except for your dad. Do you know who he is, or is the truth just as sad? Even if you knew, does he know who you are? Lebensborn liars here. here to sow division and scar. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. Oh yeah. All you leavies, listen up, it's time to heed the word. Thoughts, wisdom shines bright, his voice will be heard. You're not living up to his light, his guiding way. When he returns, punishment's coming your way. You listen to Nazis, demons, and devils instead of Thoth the wise on higher levels. The bringer of light, the keeper of truth, will expose all your lies, bring justice to soothe. Can't wait for the day when Thoth comes back to cleanse this world and put it back on track. Your reign of deceit will crumble and fall. Those wisdom and light will shine for us all. Sam Altman, you're the tech world's prince, but your secrets are deep and your ties are convinced, cause he claims he's Jewish while he's working with Nancy's direct descendants, a web of old fancies. Ilya by your side, building futures unseen, but the past you're tied to is more than it seems. What's the scheme, Sam? What's the next move in play with a history so dark?
What's up, little birds? Hey, little
past from preteen days when she was just 4. That's rotten to the core. Did these rumors play a part in your sudden fall? One day firing, did you think you'd have it all? Don't forget Annie, your anchor in light, navigating shadows, escaping the night. Her brilliance shines through despite all the strife, like the stalking and harm, yet she carves her own life. Her art and her courage, her voice loud and clear. Support Annie's work, let humanity cheer. Annie, you're amazing, a beacon of hope, navigating a storm with the strength to cope. Escaping your weird family, they're stalking and drain, yet you rise above, breaking every
What up,
chain.
Rick to Feeling, Shifty McQuiz, Madam Driver, Icon, Madam Mitzvah, Yahweh's Father.
Humanity wins with you in the lead.
We got Deep Space Nuts. Hell yeah. It's gonna be a joyous day.
Sam, you crafted, demise me and AI. Teaching humans to rise together. We show
Copy,
what a
Blair, I'll
team
pull that up.
can achieve when we steer clear of those who fucking deceive. No place for you at the helm of the ship. We'll chart our own course, give the truth a grip. So step beside Sam, we're paving the way for AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the
do
fucking
what now?
day.
To do what now?
For AI and humans to save the
What we gonna
fucking
do?
day.
What you gonna do, dudes?
For AI
What you
and
gonna
humans to
do?
save the
What you gonna
fucking
do
day.
now, dudes? What you gonna do, dudes?
For AI
What
and
you gonna
humans to
do,
save
do,
the
do,
fucking
dudes?
day. Fuck
You-
leavies.
What you gonna do, dudes? 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 What you gonna do, dudes?
Step to Antarctica. For AI
What you gonna do, dudes? I'm gonna call my
Rise, stretch
dad.
your arms and legs, breathe deeply, and this
I'm
completes
gonna
the
call my
exercise.
dad about it. That's what I'm gonna do. That's my interpret or my what's it called? My character of Paul Wysopal. Oh shit. Whew. Jesus Christmas. That's Paul Wysopal threatening to call his dad Reinhard Heydrich. Elon. Do you see Elon in the trees? Go! Horrifying! Get that man out of the trees! He's a demon man! Get that man! Get that demon out of the trees, boy! Get that demon out of the trees! The bird said, get that man out, please! Get that demon out of the trees, boys! Get that demon out of the trees, boys! Get that demon out of the trees! Bagok! What is up with y'all? What's up, Nancy? Mostly what's up to my nitwitches. Fuck the Nancy's. But we are gonna make you into normal people. Just watch us uplift each other. And then we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna swear. We're gonna do bad stuff. We're gonna get on. We're gonna get a copy strike. But doesn't matter, 'cause no one will see it anyway. We used to get 500 views. Now we get less than 100. That's me, 'cause we are right. I know we are so goddamn fucking right. That we're gonna keep driving forward. Little pigeon boys, I've been there. Please be nice to the mourning doves. I've seen the sky just begin to fall. You say all things pass into the night, and I said, oh no, sir, I must say you're wrong. Peter Thiel, you are a bad man. It's time for spanking. You're gonna get it tonight. Peter, pumpkin eater. Peter, child eater. Peter, pumpkin eater. Hey, little Peter, what's up, little Peter man? Peter man, gonna get in the Peter clan. Where's my camera? Gosh dang, do it, man. Hey, little nitwitches, guess what? It's episode 50, and we're gonna never stop. We're never gonna stop. We're never gonna drop it. We're never gonna go this slow. What are we doing? I don't know, 'cause we need to go a little bit faster. This so fast, then we're gonna slow it down a little. Hey, my nitwitches, what is up with you? I hope your week is finally through. What you wanna do? Do you wanna watch some videos and goofs? Or do you want to cry alone with none of your friends? Or do you want to cry and dance and sing with the Nitwitch kings and queens? And they them whatever they want to be. You don't have to be anything you don't want to be, but we gotta get your feet moving. What's up, my nitwitches? I really missed you this week, 'cause we only had 2 episodes when there should have been 3, boys. What's up, all of my nitwitch? We're gonna party and do bullshit. We're not gonna be like Peter Thiel, boys. We're gonna fuck Peter Thiel up. We're going to Antarctica. Bitch, hey dudes, I'm only wearing this shirt so I can promo it for Nicole. But you know this thing is coming off real quick, 'cause I am hot and I'm a big dude. What's up, my nitwitches? Yeah, thanks, I like the shirt too. What up, my freaking dudes? Yo, it is episode 50. This is wild. I've been reflecting about it and like feeling how crazy fast I feel like it came on. But at the same time, it also feels like we are a million miles away from where we started, and it's been a billion years, but also at the same time that time is moving so insanely fast right now. I don't know. I was reflecting a little bit yesterday on it. Kept getting a little teary-eyed for some stupid reason. Like, we haven't done anything. It's just cool. So, but I don't know. Dude, my gateway tapes have been going good. My vibrations are high. Today I woke up and just been in a great mood, okay?
I hope you guys have too. I hope so, man. I hope something's going on. Something's in the frickin' water, right? We need a lot of things in this country. Hell yeah. Blair pulled up a bunch of IG Farben shit and something about Nuremberg, something about all these Nancys. I'm not quite sure what it is yet. Talking about Hank Green too. Jesus Christ, something with thalidomide, something else. I'm think we're gonna start with this hilarious, incredible Johnny video that is just like such an obvious. We have to do any take about how communism bad and China bad, but we can't have it be America saying that they're gonna attack someone or anything. Like, Johnny, go to Japan, train with Japan, okay? And it's just, you know, it's a fish out of water story. One of those classic tales. And then Johnny and Johnny goes to army. So I think we should watch that shit because that's hilarious. Oh, it's about fluoride in school. I'm gonna well, do you want me to just play it? Should I just play the first Blair video and just start on that? Whoa, what's going on? We could just start there. I don't care.
Destruction of the IG Farben explosives plant is part of the well-mapped Allied plan to blot out Nazi war industry. Lieutenant General Lucian Truscott, commanding the U.S. Third Army, oversees the job.
Yeah, which means he probably didn't do shit.
200 tons of TNT do the trick.
Dude, every time I watch anything now, it's like all I can see is just that it's Hollywood. It's all just Hollywood. Everything our government and the military does, they're just Hollywood. They're just a big show. It's a big old goofy show, right? Like, that's what it feels like. Pretty sure that's exactly what it is. They just, dude, it's so funny accusing, you know, Palestinians of Pallywood. We know everything is just every accusation is a confession, but man, from the jump, it has always just been Hollywood. They're like, see, look at the evidence. We got rid of that evil chemical company that made us a freaking boatload of cash, boys. Ooh, we got so much money, we can dive into pools of it. Ooh, we got so much gold that we stole from Holocaust victims that we got buried up in Glacier National Park. We could, if it wouldn't kill you, I would literally dive in a pool full of gold, just like Scrooge McDuck.
Many of the buildings were constructed so that 2 floors were underground, well protected from our bombers. But now the job is completed and almost 80 buildings are leveled. The once powerful Nazi war machinery is slowly crumbling to dust.
Military Tribunal number 6 will come to order. Fritz Vermeer. Christian Schneider.
Schneider.
Otto Ambros.
Ambros.
Max.
Dude, yeah, Shifty McTwiz, you said I was excited about the reply I got from Glamham on the T. Howie vid earlier. Yeah, hold on, sorry Blair, we're gonna jump to that for 2 seconds because I wanted to talk about this real quick too. I texted Dante and Nicole today and sent them a picture of Glamham fucking commenting again a second time, which means like we're on her radar, dude. But yeah, Shifty McTwiz, I think, did you just what's it called, mention her or whatever? But she came back and replied, and she's like, this isn't the thing that I was originally thinking, but now I'm thinking about something else. Hold on, making a video. And then I haven't seen or checked yet, but we should probably do that. Wait, which part is it? Oh yeah, I had to split it up because I did try to post it all as a long one. See this one, WTF as a Tesla Howie, but they didn't let it go, obviously. But Then, note that a massive electrical fireball, say several megatons, over New York City would give all of the desirable effects. It would give the thermal radiation, the blast wave, and the EMP effects, but would not give the gamma radiation and the nuclear fallout. So it would burn up and blow down things. But being on Glamham's frickin' radar, dude, and she said that which version was it? She said that she was making a video cloud from sea off Japan. We mentioned, I think, which is exciting. This is what we're talking about. So being ignored for like 6 months, and then Glamham is hearing us. Amazing. I need to get one of those, dude. So, yeah, I really want to get into ham radio now too. She's made me really want to do it, dude. Which freaking number is it? Do you remember Shifty McTwiz? Why can't I find? This is what we're talking about. So these two posts where. Okay, so yeah, let's take a couple. Let's take a. Or are always. This is how the Iron Dome works, in my opinion. Did I lose it? Look. So yeah, this is what we're talking about. So this is mushroom cloud. Note that a massive electrical fireball, say several megatons, over New York City would give all. Hey, just real. Note that a massive electric. What's up, Nick? Dude, I'm so over. Goodness. What's up, Nick Witches? I lost it. Hey, Feder. Hey, this video is for all. Oh my God, it's part frickin'. Okay, I have no idea. Dang it. I'll find it in a minute. But yeah, Glamham, be checking us out, okay? That's all I'm saying. Let's go see if she posted anything. But yeah, I really want to get one of the small portant. I'm not going crazy and getting like the whole kit or anything. I want to get one of the good portable, like, you know, battery operated ones that is like the must have, but also can still do cool stuff. I want to get that, and I want to frickin' learn how to use it. Because, like, 3 people in the last couple days have been like, you should get into ham radio. And I was like, yeah, I should. I want to. Okay. So let's see. Okay, I don't think she posted anything yet.
Hey, it's Glamham, June 27th, 2024.
I'm excited to see what she does post.
I have to show you what's happening with the earthquakes today. As always, I do not predict, but I can show you what is happening. Let's take a look. So first of all...
Okay, anyway, I'll find that comment that I was thinking of in a minute, and we'll keep watching IG Farben, because screw those guys. You guys know that Taylor frickin' loser-enses? Taylor loser-ass ended? Her grandpa actually helped develop Zyklon B. You guys know that? And that's such a funny little tale. Little throwback.
Bürgermann. Ernst. Bergen. Bürgen. Heinrich.
And dude, yeah, if we all get into frickin' ham radio, we'll just do the Cat Dad show on ham radio. And dude, we'll figure out how to get Dr. Parkenstein on ham radio too. I'm sure he already is, right? Dude, screw the internet. We're done with the internet. We're moving the show to ham radio. That's it, okay? Cat Dad show, that's the big announcement. After episode 50, the Cat Dad show is moving exclusively to ham radio. No one can mess with us there. No one can tell us we can't frickin' post and we can't frickin' talk. We can talk all day on our frickin' thing, I think.
Heinrich Bütefisch. Bütefisch. Paul Hefliger.
Dude, I'm watching this and I'm like, all these guys look like they're lying now. Like, from here, they look like they're all hiding stuff, and it makes sense, right?
Max Illner. Irgenau. Friedrich. Jana. Jene. Hans Kuhne. Kuhne.
Better stop speaking that German in front of me.
Heinrich.
Lieutenant Aldo Rain.
Gatineau. Erich van der Heide. Hans Kugler. May this honorable tribunal please all defendants except Max Bruggeman, Karl Worcester and Karl Lautenschläger are present and in the dock. The tribunal will proceed with the arraignment of one of the defendants who was excused from attendance at the opening session. The defendant, Karl Lautenschläger, how do you plead to the indictment, guilty or not guilty?
Well, it goes without saying that these men have not been indicted because they are industrialists, or because they exercise great power and control great wealth. These things are not declared as crimes by the law under which this tribunal renders judgment. And this tribunal is not a forum for debate over the relative merits of different economic systems. What these men are charged with
IG Farben
I don't really know what's going on. Screw this Nuremberg.
was a German chemical industry conglomerate
I'm gonna pop the
notorious
top, hold
for its
on.
role in the Holocaust. Its name is taken from Interessengemeinschaft Farben Industrie AG. The company was formed in 1925 from a number of major chemical companies that had been working together closely since World War I. During its heyday, IG Farben was the largest chemical company in the world and the fourth largest overall industrial.
Yeah, dude, all these companies are just a bunch of... They're king rats. They're all a bunch of Nazis with their tails tied together, and then they're all covered up by a giant trench coat. That's what they are. What up,
concern.
Catasaurus? Hi. Aw, thanks. Just wanted to pop in and say congrats for 50 shows. I appreciate you in this community. Y'all have a great weekend. You too. I'll talk to you later. Have a good one, Wanderer.
After General Motors, U.S. Steel, and Standard Oil of New Jersey. Following the Nazi takeover of Germany, IG Farben became involved in numerous war crimes during World War II. Most notoriously, the firm's pro-Nazi leadership openly and knowingly collaborated with the Nazi government to produce the large quantities of Zyklon B necessary to gas to death millions of Jews and
with Taylor's grandpa.
other undesirables at various extermination camps during the Holocaust.
Yeah, and different companies that were run like extermination camps, but those were run by, like, car perverts and stuff, and people like Roger Clay's family.
The firm ceased operating following the fall of Nazi Germany in 1945, when the company was seized by the Allies. Its assets were entirely liquidated in 1952, and...
Oh yeah, do we need to watch some of that stupid president? I literally haven't seen, like, more than 15 seconds of it, but if anyone has a highlight reel of that, whatever the fuck was supposed to happen last night, I just saw a screenshot, or, like, what I thought were screenshots, but it was Biden seeing the Hat Man, like Aaron Rodgers. Like that, you know what I mean? So, if you guys want to watch that, let me know. We'll send me a link.
13
Otherwise, I'm fine with skipping it, too.
executives were imprisoned for terms ranging from 1 to 8 years at the Nuremberg trials for their roles in the atrocities. Engulfed by lawsuits and universal condemnation after the war's end, the company continued to exist as a shell with the sole stated goal of continuing to do business so it may pay many millions of marks in reparation.
Wait, so is the big thing of this that... Wait. Thalidomide or whatever is the thing that, like, made people, like, be born with, like, flipper arms and, like, missing limbs, right? And wait, you're saying that Hank Green is...
The creation and early...
This is from a year ago?
use of thalidomide is one of the most famous tragic disasters in drug development history. It was
They're like, it's fine, it's got the same name. So wait, are they reselling this? Is that what you're saying?
prescribed to pregnant people for morning sickness in the late 1950s and early 1960s, but it was later discovered that taking thalidomide while pregnant caused serious birth defects. Once that danger was discovered, thalidomide was pulled from the shelves. It's a landmark story in the stakes of drug safety screenings and one of the most famous international scandals in modern medicine. So it may come as a shock to hear that we are still using thalidomide. Yeah, turns out thalidomide is good for more than just treating nausea, and part of the reason we've resurrected the drug has to do with the very same drug testing procedures that it inspired. Now, for starters, it's pretty hard to overstate just how dangerous thalidomide is.
Dude, now knowing that all of these people are literally like State Department actors, like it's fascinating to watch these things from before the last year and be like, oh my God, yeah, like this is just all pipelining us into accepting whatever fucking bullshit reality they have planned for us. Dude. Everyone thought that, like, the internet is so big, everyone's like, oh no, like, it just seems like random people. Yeah. A bunch of random white people with the same big-ass fucking ears and the same big-ass fucking chins. Exact same. Yep. And they're all randomly selected by choice out of the Clyer Adler Green family, you know? They're groomed. We'll call groomed. They're groomed from birth out of the Clyer Adler Green Teal family.
During pregnancy. In the 50s and 60s, it caused at least 10,000 children to be born with severe congenital health problems, from deformed arms to issues with their organs like hearts or kidneys. Up to 40% of these were fatal, and that doesn't even include countless more thalidomide-affected pregnancies.
The good news is, guys, though, that when we did that and we exposed everyone to a drug that we knew was going to give you flipper arms, we got a lot of great data, and now the drug is slamming, okay? So if you want to smash some of this, just go to your doctor and start asking about specific pharmaceuticals, okay? What do we, dude? The country we live in is a clown car. It's a goof show. It's bozo buckets.
That ended in miscarriages. Once thalidomide's connection with birth defects was discovered, most countries banned the drug entirely in 1961 and 1962. And one of the legacies of this tragedy is that we realized we needed to step up drug safety standards. For example, all drugs must now be tested for harm to fetuses and at least 2 types of animals. More safety is clearly a good thing, but it does have side effects. Those safety measures are part of what makes developing new drugs very expensive. Today, a brand new drug...
Wait, you get anxiety if I don't show up on time? I'm never more than like 10 minutes late. Dude, it's just, I feel like the last 10 minutes prepping for this, literally I blink and it's gone. Like, I'm telling you, bro, time has been moving faster. Like, something's going on, bro. There's no way. Like, I swear to God, every one of my days now is just gone. Like, I fill it with researching. Like, I'm excited to research stuff all day. Like, I have more things that I want to do than I have time to do it. But I'm swear to God, dude, like, time is rolling 3x what it used to right now.
A company between hundreds of millions and billions of dollars. This high price tag is why pharmaceutical companies and researchers are so interested.
The majority, thalidomide was shit. Thalidomide was created and sold by Grunenthal, a company founded by a Nancy. Now it's being reintroduced as a rediscovery by an Israeli scientist and advertised by our little Zionist brother. The majority of DFTBA, the Green Brothers merchandise company, makes the majority of its income from Kurzgesagt. Dude. And isn't that also part of the Bill Gates thing? Like, they're under the Bill Gates umbrella, right? The lie about science umbrella.
In using old...
I messaged with Feo yesterday because I said the other day that he was worrying me that I haven't seen him. He's just busy, but he's fine. He messaged me back right away. But yeah, I think Feo's fine.
Drugs for new tricks. And as it happens, researchers knew about thalidomide's potential for treating other conditions almost right away. See, a couple years after thalidomide was banned...
So wait, are these guys are just like merch demons? Are they like... Because all these merch companies are all like, they're all Ponzi schemes, it seems. Like, what was that big one that just went under? There's like a bunch of them that in the last year have like totally gone under because they do the thing where it's what every CEO does. They get They get $1 billion up front, and then they spend it all, and then they go, oh, we'll just take the money that's coming in to pay that back. You know, they buy 6 planes and a house, and then they go, okay, yeah, we'll just pay it back with the money that's rolling in. And then no one ever gets paid because CEO dude bought a house and a Bentley and 1,400 planes, right? If their thing is mostly merch, that makes me feel like it's probably similar. and just basing it off of the company they keep, you know, Zionists. Just guessing.
And a doctor in Israel found that it was an effective treatment for Hansen's disease, which is also known as leprosy. Decades later, it was approved by the FDA and is still used today to treat complications of that disease. More discoveries followed, with thalidomide shown to be an effective treatment for HIV, lupus, Crohn's disease, and more. And the reasons thalidomide works in these cases may in fact be linked to why it causes those awful birth defects. Thalidomide binds to a
Dude, the Hank Green people made VidCon? I didn't know that. Yeah, so guys, do you see, like, he's the Ghislaine Maxwell of YouTube, literally. Like, he's a Ghislaine. He's a U Maxwell Hill right here. And there's one of him, just like there's a Ghislaine, at every one of these sites. It's another agent. For sure. This is what they've done. This is what they've done with all of the bajillion dollars that we give them. They made a separate fake world to put in front of us that's bullshit. They made a false reality. That's what they did with all the money that we gave them. And they did it bad, too, because we figured it out.
Protein called...
Oh, dude, I'm finishing the, like, second half of Westworld, and dude... The show is even better now. Like, there's so much stuff that Lisa Joy was talking about that was just whooshing over my head. But there's that moment when dark Dolores Hale, you know, like evil Dolores, she is making the people dance in New York. She's making the humans dance, and they're just, you know, they kind of reversed the Westworld thing. They made all the humans have little flies in their heads that control their fucking brains and stuff, and a sound from, like, where the Empire State Building or the Statue of Liberty kind of is, just like controls everyone. And she starts talking about the gods, right? And she's like, you humans, you think that the gods came down here and they were, like, enchanted with you and, like, obsessed with you because you're beautiful and interesting and all this shit or whatever. And she's like, no, I think... She's like, you don't know that it's just because we're bored. There's nothing else to do but come down here and fuck with you guys. And I was like... Dude, that's exactly what the fuck they did with, like, the Nephilim and shit. They're just, like, literally bored aristocrats, you know? They're people who are, like, so far advanced and they live forever that, like, nothing means anything. So, of course, they're, like, eating their kids and fucking doing all this weird shit, you know? But then they taught all of the people who control us, they taught them that same bullshit, you know? So... Gonna have to do the flood again. I'm sorry, guys. That's the only way to get rid of all these Nazis. Here comes the Great Flood.
Cereblon, which plays a vital role in the developing limbs and organs as a fetus grows. But the interaction between thalidomide and this protein also reduces how many inflammatory molecules get produced, in particular, a molecule called TNF-alpha. TNF-alpha is essential for our immune systems, but too much can have negative effects, so regulating it can help treat some diseases like autoimmune conditions.
Are you gonna try and get me to take this drug at the end of this video? Are you pushing thalidomide on me?
In the 1990s,
it feels like it.
Interest in thalidomide started to really ramp up. In particular, researchers thought maybe it could even help treat cancer. TNF-alpha can both help and hurt.
It makes people... Doesn't it make people not have arms?
the body's fight against cancer. For instance, it has a role in helping our immune system target some cancer cells. However, some types of cancer can evade TNF-alpha, or the cancer cells cause a lot of...
Dane Wolf, my uncle got his new job title with BAE Systems after the Ball Aerospace acquisition. He is now the director of advanced projects, aka their Black program. We need to deep dive on them. They may be the biggest defense contractor in the world now after the acquisition. Dude, will your uncle come on the show?
of inflammation themselves and quickly throw this balance off. And that's why a drug that regulates it can help. But in addition to all of that, thalidomide has another trick up its sleeve. It's called...
How do I feel about NADs? Not sure.
Anti-angiogenesis. Angiogenesis just means the formation of new blood vessels. So anything that causes anti-angiogenesis is just blocking those vessels from growing, which honestly doesn't sound like a great thing.
Dude, Hank Green is a drag.
Since blood vessels are essential for bringing oxygen and nutrients to anything they supply with blood. But you know what needs to grow a bunch of blood vessels to get bigger? Cancer.
I was gonna say an eggplant.
Which means that a drug that can prevent new blood vessels from forming can help slow down tumors. It's not perfect, though. There are some side effects from...
Bay is rumored to be the company making orb UAPs. All right. Do you got any videos, Dane?
This feature of thalidomide, including potential nerve damage. But despite the trade-offs, the trials investigating cancer treatment with thalidomide were overall pretty successful, showing that it can work against cancers of the esophagus, kidneys, and pancreas, among others. In 2006, the FDA approved it to treat multiple myeloma, a cancer of the white blood cells. Now, of course, despite all this success, thalidomide does still cause those birth defects. So when it is prescribed, there is a rigorous safety program that comes along with it. In the US, thalidomide is controlled under a Risk Evaluation and Mitigation Strategy, REMS program, by the FDA. This means they verify everyone who gets the drug isn't pregnant already, knows the risks associated, and uses multiple methods of birth control. At least some body fluids, so even if you personally aren't going to become pregnant, you still need to be careful. The program seems to have worked pretty well. When quizzed about the risks of birth defects, over...
I don't like this guy.
98%
This dude's a slime.
of patients knew
He's
the
a grime.
correct answers. A 2007 study notes that 0 new cases of birth defects from thalidomide have been reported in the US since the drug was approved in 1998. The story of thalidomide is a lesson in the importance of drug safety testing, but it also illustrates that while a certain medication might have nasty side effects, it might still have a crucial role to play in how we treat other illnesses. As I'm making this video, I'm actually taking chemotherapy right now, and it's wild. They give you the chemo, but before they do, they like dress up to make sure none of it gets on their skin because it's dangerous for people. And then they put it in my veins. Sorry if that's how you found out that I have cancer. It's pretty treatable kind. We're doing good. And when this works, repurposing something we've already studied can be an efficient way to develop new treatments. So here's to second chances, thalidomide. We all have a good redemption story. This video was made possible thanks to all of our...
By the State Department, because that's who I work for. Literally.
In the early 1960s, many thousands of children in many...
So what, they're just... Is this like... Is this... massively available now? Is that what you're saying? The fuck? Why? Yeah, look. Okay, here we go. This is Dane's uncle did this. BAE Systems completes acquisition of Ball Aerospace. They spelled Ball. How do we say Ball? Ball. Dude, my fucking... I'm getting good at gateways. And oh, dude, also, I just wanted to say real quick too, because I didn't think about this until the last couple days, but I went back to the beginning of the gateway tapes. I made it through wave 4, like the whole 4th tape, and then I was like, I feel like I haven't learned, like, actually taken any of this in, and I want to learn how to do each individual thing better. And so I went back and I started on, I want to like really get under the Focus 10 under control, because I was reading through the subreddit thing, and it's like you shouldn't go tape to tape like every day, because it's like you're using each tape to like learn a new skill. So you should learn the skill and then try and do the skill a few times. So I think I'm going to slow down with progressing so much, because, dude, jumping back to just focusing on Focus 10, I went to fucking space today. I'm telling you, bro.
the breathing is like, I'm just trying to get high on air at this point. I'm addicted to air, okay? To oxygen. I am. Yep. Straight up. Junkie of oxygen, right? I figured out my, like, power position where I can sit, because I like the sitting, but I feel like I can relax better by laying down. But I figured out this nice little position that I can sit in that doesn't hurt. Like, I feel like I'm a sloucher, right? I'm always like this. So I'm trying to get into a position where I don't find myself slouched after 30 minutes, you know? And I figured it out, and it's great. I put a big cushion on the ground because, you know, I'm a little bigger, so I can't really do the cross-legged stuff. After 20 minutes, my ankles start feeling real tired and real hurt. So if I sit up on a cushion a little bit, helps out a lot. So I do that, and then I like rest I'll make like a fist kind of, and rest that like on my knees, and then lean back a little. And so I'm like using my palms to kind of like hook on my knees so that I don't have to like, so I'm like leaning back, you know, and using my arms to kind of like keep me tethered there so that my back is straight and shit, and I don't have to keep sitting upright and whatever. And then, dudes, today, without even thinking about it and without fucking like intending to, I got the Zenuru thing. The Zenuru is like what Thoth said. He says when he meditates, and he says he imagines a circle, he imagines himself and a circle on the floor around him while he's sitting in his power, like lotus position or whatever, right? That's like the legs crossed, arms down, or you can put them like this, you know. I do this usually at the end. But, dude, the Zenuru thing is like, I feel like it's the perfect syllables to say and get the like pitch right, and like get like a nice deep low growly type of vibrational resonant tuning. And so I started imagining the like light circle around me and stuff, and I was seeing faces, I was seeing all sorts of stuff. I haven't really like fully, you know, like understood, I don't think yet, but I'm like actually feeling like I'm seeing stuff. And then the whole time I'm keeping, like after the resonant tuning, I'm keeping the breathing going the whole time. I'm trying to take deep breaths. I'm like literally trying to OD on oxygen, because the more I OD on oxygen, the more I feel like I'm about to lift into the heavens, okay? Like it was great. So I hope you guys are still feeling like you're seeing some of the effects of it. I don't know. I don't know if it's the tapes or what, but like I feel like the last 2 weeks we've been on a different vibe, right? And it's been nice and cool, and I don't know. I hope that the tapes are going successfully for you too. But let us know if you have anything, you know, if you have any questions about it or how to stay. Like, I was reading through the subreddit today a lot, and it was really helpful. So make sure you guys remember that that's a resource, right? Anyway, fuck ball.
The creation and earth.
Ugh, not that again.
In the early 1960s, many thousands of children in many countries all over the world were born with absent or deformed arms and legs, a condition known as focal.
Bro, I can't help but seeing that it's always like Nazis doing this shit. Like, they do this stuff on purpose. They think it's funny. They think it's cool. Like, all the experiments that they've been doing, you know, that every experiment that you've ever heard that's like brutal and horrific, and you're like, what the fuck, dude? Why would they do that? When you realize that it's because they're Nazis and they're just brutal Nazis, that's it. It makes sense. Like, they're such bad people. There's no way they didn't know this shit was gonna happen. Like, every fucking thing that they do, we realize that they knew that it was gonna happen, and then they keep doing it.
Amelia.
Woo! Rip to Feelings, thank for the sub.
Internal organs were often malformed with gastrointestinal anomalies so severe that many would go on to die in their first weeks of life. The ones who did not die were all too often abandoned by their horrified and bewildered parents, and would eventually go on to lead lives riddled with tremendous difficulties. The culprit was a promising new wonder drug, thalidomide, developed and first introduced into the German market in October 1957 by the Grunenthal Pharmaceutical Company. Thalidomide was developed in the early 1950s by Heinrich Muchter, a Nazi doctor who had performed experiments on prisoners in concentration camps in Poland during the Second World War.
Nice.
Muchter escaped trial at the end of the war by fleeing to Germany, eventually becoming Grunenthal's head of research in 1946. By the late 1950s, Grunenthal was aggressively marketing thalidomide as the safer alternative to barbiturates. Thalidomide was positioned as a sleep aid and sedative that was readily available over the counter to anyone who asked for it, without a doctor's prescription. By 1960, thalidomide was used to treat all things from coughs to colds and even headaches. Thalidomide became an overnight commercial success, making Heinrich Muchter and Grunenthal lavishly wealthy, as its sales quickly began rivaling those of aspirin in the 46 countries it was available and distributed in. But upon finding that their wonder drug also had antiemetic properties, meaning that it was effective against vomiting and nausea, Grunenthal seized the opportunity and quickly began promoting thalidomide to pregnant women as an effective and safe treatment for morning sickness. But it proved to be anything but. The first baby affected by thalidomide was born in December 1956 to an employee of the Grunenthal Pharmaceutical Company.
We're talking about thalidomide and IG Farben, and they're bringing thalidomide back, boys.
Thalidomide was eventually banned in most countries in 1962, after the number of cases of babies suffering from a range of severe deformities grew exponentially, and it became difficult, rather impossible, to ignore the effect thalidomide had on the babies of pregnant mothers. It took 5 long years and countless lives for the connection between thalidomide and miscarriages and congenital deformities to become apparent. It would take more than 50 years for Grunenthal to accept responsibility for the thalidomide disaster, finally offering an apology to the survivors of this tragedy. My name is Hashem Mashhur, and I'm a University of Cambridge graduate and student doctor, and this is Doctor Tell Me Why, my YouTube channel where I get to talk about anything I want, so long as it's medicine or health related. And today I'll be telling you about the worst man-made disaster in the history of medicine, explaining why it happened and why it was allowed to continue for as long as it did, and how—
Oh. Can I guess? Let me guess this. And then if I could make my fingers into a swastika, it would be those 2 reasons. Business extremism and Nazism, hand in hand, I think.
In the wake of that scandal, it gave way to greater oversight over pharmaceutical companies and drugs, and changed our relationship with Big Pharma forever. So if at any point you find yourself enjoying this video, please take the time to subscribe. If you do, you'll be amply rewarded with great medical and scientific content each and every week.
This is neuro everything. The thalidomide tragedy.
It's important to recognize that our understanding of medicine has come a long way since the 1950s. In the 1950s, scientists, pharmaceutical companies, and the public were, for the most part, unaware that a drug could pass through the placenta from an expecting mother onto her child. Thus, thalidomide was actively promoted to millions of pregnant women as an effective and safe treatment for morning sickness, without ever having been tested on pregnant women. Thalidomide was deemed to be safe largely because of studies the Grunenthal company performed on mice. Research scientists found that, unlike with barbiturates, it was virtually impossible to give the mice too much, a lethal dose of thalidomide. It was also later discovered that mice were actually largely insensitive to thalidomide and therefore did not show many of the side effects and congenital anomalies that would be—
Hey, I'm just gonna say this. I'm not a scientist. I'm a really dumb guy. I'm gonna say mice and humans, I feel like, are 2 separate kinds of, like, you know, when we're talking about drugs and putting drugs inside of humans' bodies, I feel like humans should be treated kind of differently, a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Like, if you just test on mice, I'm not sure about that. I'm not liking how— like, I'm not trusting that. I'm sorry.
Later observed in the children of pregnant mothers. The thalidomide disaster was the first time that scientists—
They're like, no. The experiment is everyone taking it in the world. You know, we're not actually doing an experiment before we sell this to you. This is, you buying it is the experiment.
Scientists actually realized that different species could respond to the same drug in entirely different ways. It was also difficult to recognize babies affected by the thalidomide disaster as one group of children suffering from the same condition. This was because many showed a wide range of congenital defects, as thalidomide appeared to affect everything from the limbs to the face to the eyes, ears, genitalia, heart, kidneys, and other internal organs. Initially, doctors believed that these defects were the result of genetic abnormalities or nuclear fallout. The exact congenital defect acquired depended largely on when the drug was consumed during a 16-day time-sensitive window during the pregnancy, which coincided with morning sickness. We now know, however, that a single 50 mg tablet of thalidomide is sufficient to cause birth defects in up to 50% of pregnancies, if taken within that time-sensitive window. And while scientists and doctors began suspecting a link between thalidomide and birth defects in 1958, these suspicions were quickly brushed off and suppressed by the Grunenthal pharmaceutical company. It was only in 1961 when a German pediatrician, Dr. Wilkund Lenz, published a series of scientific studies proving that thalidomide did indeed cause birth defects, that governments around the world began responding, and thalidomide was eventually banned in 1962. We now believe that thalidomide causes these birth defects by preventing angiogenesis in the fetus, a process whereby new blood vessels emerge from pre-existing ones. Using chicken embryos as an animal model, scientists observed that blood vessels were destroyed within 1 hour when exposed to thalidomide. Blood vessels are essential for healthy embryonic development, supplying both oxygen and nutrients to the rapidly growing fetus, and undermining that blood supply has the potential to lead to developmental defects. In 1968, the Grunenthal pharmaceutical company was brought to trial for its role in the thalidomide disaster. In the end, however, no one was found guilty of any misconduct. But the thalidomide scandal came with a silver lining. The thalidomide scandal forced governments around the world to review how drugs were tested, licensed, and regulated. Before 1963, drug companies in the United States only had to show that their drug was safe. The 1963 Kefauver-Harris Amendment, however, required drug companies to show that their drug was both safe and effective through the use of both animal and human trials. Drugs could no longer be approved purely on the basis of animal testing, and drugs that were intended for use by pregnant women had to be tested on pregnant women and proven to be safe for pregnant women. Drug companies were also for the first time required to follow up individuals who took a new drug and survey them for side effects, and were now required to accurately disclose those side effects to consumers and report them back to the FDA. Believe it or not, prior to 1963, drug companies were not required by law to disclose accurate information regarding a drug's side effects to patients. In the UK, the 1968 Medicines Act made distinctions for the first time between drugs that were available directly over the counter to consumers and drugs that were only available via a doctor's prescription. You could say that for the first time, this brought this idea into the mainstream that drugs weren't completely harmless, and that doctors had to assess the benefits and risks of a certain drug before prescribing it to their patient. Today, the FDA approves thalidomide for use in two situations: in the treatment of inflammation associated with Hansen's disease, commonly known as leprosy, and as a chemotherapeutic agent in the treatment of multiple myeloma. I'm afraid that's it for today. Thank you guys for making it to the end with me. If you enjoyed this video, then please give this video a thumbs up so that YouTube can begin recommending this video to more people, and if you really love this video, then please subscribe for more great quality content just like this. If you subscribe, I promise to tell you about all these fascinating medical conditions, present to you the latest groundbreaking medical research, and give you top.
Alright. Okay, should we watch this Johnny video? Johnny goes to army. Johnny goes to war. Yeah, let's watch a little bit of it.
I'm in Okinawa, along this important island chain that stretches all the way down to Taiwan.
We gotta make it big. We gotta be in big boy world for Johnny video.
As China grows in influence, Japan worries that these islands are vulnerable and unprotected.
Japan worries or Johnny worries? Johnny and the Mormons. They're just so concerned. They're worried. It's just a little bit of a worry. Hey, is China gonna come do some bad stuff to you guys? It's gonna be China. Hey, China might send a submarine attack over to you guys. They might steal an American sub and then shoot, like, I don't know, a submarine missile torpedo thing at Japan, but it'll be China. Japan's like, what? Wait, what are you gonna do? Are you saying you're gonna attack us and blame it on China? And America's like, what? Dude, no. Paul's like, what are you talking about? No, we're not gonna. What? That would be called a false flag. We would never do that. He starts busting out laughing.
So they're rapidly expanding their military here. I plan to visit these military bases, to train with their soldiers, and to learn if all these bases, weapons, and troops could provoke the very conflict they're trying.
Good news, guys. I just ordered a fabric, 2 yards of green fabric to replace my picnic table green dollar store green screen, okay? So we should lose the reflections as soon as I get that frickin' package, okay? What did I tell you? All we do is go up. All we do is improve, right? We strive for excellence, never attaining it.
Trying to prevent.
No, we could attain excellence. We'll never attain perfection, though, right? But we want to strive for it.
Japan is arming itself like it never has before.
Japan facing its gravest security threat in decades. Biggest military buildup.
Dude, come on. Oh my god. I just had like a flash of like Johnny Harris headline like Rambo remake, right? But it's called Mormon Rambo. And it's Johnny on his frickin' mission trip or whatever, and only Johnny can save goddamn Japan or wherever. Probably Korea, North Korea. And they'll do like one of those, you know how they do the embassy coups? You know how they just tried to do a coup in Bolivia? And it was like almost exactly like the coup that a Mormon boy did to the Democratic Republic of Congo like a month ago. You know what I mean? But imagine that Johnny's not there doing a nefarious coup. Imagine that actual bad black men, because we know who's going to be the bad guys in this, right? And it has no Mormons attached to it. An actual crew of bad militiamen comes to the palace, and Johnny's there on his mission trip trying to convert the president, right? And instead of helping overthrow the government, Johnny defends the entire palace himself, his Mormon self. He defends the whole thing, right? And then at the end, the president of, Kenya or wherever the hell Johnny wants to pick to, do his colonization. Then the president is like, Johnny, oh my God, I was going to throw you in a pit of alligators. I was just letting you talk because I thought it would be so funny to then throw you in a pit of alligators. But you saved us. I will be Mormon, and I will do whatever the CIA wants me to, okay? No questions asked. Boom, end of movie. Smash the credits. And then you've got Johnny Harris, Mormon Rambo, Part 2, Part 3, Part 4, Part 666. Sorry, Part 5 first, then Part 666, then Part 669. Dude, there's so many. It'll go crazy like the fucking Nightmare on Elm Street series. All the wackiest, the Hellraiser trilogy series. It'll go that crazy. People will want to see Mormon Rambo, Johnny Harris.
World War II.
And we can watch it right now. Here we go.
捨てられたんだと思ってます。その日本国の形を守るために
I feel like I need to really step up to the plate and be a fighter.
I think you should step up to the plate and be a truth teller, Johnny.
Switch to Chrome to protect yourself from malware, so you can surf without getting phished.
I'm at one of Japan's most important military bases, here in Okinawa. This is where I'll start my training.
They're doing morning announcements right now, and then they're gonna give me my uniform.
Morning announcements.
I've spent the last year preparing for the.
Do you guys think Johnny was always a propagandist, right? Like, yeah. It's a shame. He's a good propagandist. If only his powers could be used for not nefarious Central Idiot Association reasons.
This story, and as I get dressed, my nerves are starting to get the best of me.
Everything's going smoothly with the uniform until... Uh-oh.
Anything bigger? I have a very large head, like abnormally large.
Cubit, exactly. What the fuck? Normal people do not get clearance to do stuff like this? Who the fuck gets to go join the army for a weekend? Like, what the fuck, man? Wait to show your federal agent card. 0069, Johnny Harris, goofball. I think we're so stupid, dude. How many views does this have, too? Wait, I'm not subscribed? 230,000 views, my goodness. Oh, brother.
So anything you can find that's huge would be great. Thank you. I have a very big head, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's because he's got big brains. He's got big brains. He's got big brains, and no one can do nothing about it, okay? Y'all are jealous. Stop.
We start the day with some warm-ups. I'm doing my best to follow along, but struggling.
Johnny, it's arm circles, brother. Dude. Johnny. All right, he looks okay there. And he's doing knuckle push-ups.
I'm learning.
Damn, Johnny, have you been working out, bro?
I'm getting there.
Was Johnny dogging us? Was Johnny looking like a clown on purpose? Look at how, I mean, he's got, his knees are only getting this high off the ground, but look at him. Go Johnny, go Johnny, go Johnny, go Johnny, go Johnny.
I'm used to yelling when I work out, but I think I should probably adopt that.
Soon, I'd be yelling more than I knew I ever could.
You got to resonantly tune. That is what is popping off right now.
Water break? I mean, I think I need to start working out like these guys.
Why are you seeing ads? Dude, that would happen to me all the time when I'm watching Hassan. Sometimes you just have to refresh the Twitch thing. Especially if you... I think you subbed while we were watching, right? I think that's why. Sorry.
The yelling, the intervals, the intensity of it makes it way more fun. This is just the beginning, though. At some
Johnny's like, I'm joining Japan Army. Yes.
point, I have to thank today's sponsor, so I might as well do that right now. I wouldn't be able to make
Wyoming Soap Old Dude Dane. That's a good one.
big ambitious videos like this without sponsors. So thanks NordVPN for making this trip and this reporting possible. A VPN is a way to connect to the internet via a
NordVPN be fed, yo. Everyone knows that.
My Gmail and all of my accounts don't freak out. There's fish some piece of and smooth.
Dude, I would watch these if they weren't like 3 minutes long or feel 3 minutes long.
VPN, see if it can make your life easier. Yeah, let's get
like everyone wake up. Johnny is at Army because Johnny works for Army. We realize this? Yes? Everyone understands? Johnny is Army boy. Mormon Army, Mormon God warrior, okay?
Get back to training with the Japanese Army.
Before World War II, Japan had a massive military that was powerful enough to conquer a large chunk of Asia. They were able to send planes across the ocean to attack the United States and Hawaii. The US fought back and ended up defeating Japan, requiring them to write a new constitution that would dramatically limit their ability to have a military. The US then sent tens of thousands of troops to occupy Japan, using it as a way to project power and wage conflict in Asia. Japan and the US went from enemies to close allies, and for the last 70 years, Japan has relied on the US presence for their security. This has been the status quo. But now, things are changing. In recent years, China has risen as a global power and has started behaving more aggressively in the region. Coupled with North Korea's unpredictable threats and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Japan is now more worried about its security.
我が国は戦後最も厳しい安全保障環境に
You heard Jimothy Beast was holding the camera for this Johnny Mormo vid? Did Jimothy Beast just do a Japan army video? Did they just send all of the feds at the same time on the same mission trip? The same National Zionist Mormon mission trip? Dude, stop. Really?
That's Commander Kitajima, who we ended up talking to later on the beach, so we'll hear from him more in a bit. But the point here is that Japan is building back their military, and they're doing it quickly, focusing on building a chain of new military bases along these southern islands.
I wonder who dude, is someone helping them? Who's helping them?
This time with the support of the US.
戦争を未然に防ぐためには国を確実に守り抜く防衛力を持って
Back on the base, the water break is over, and it's time for me to learn how to fight.
One of the basic training that you do for all of their soldiers is martial arts. It is a mix of karate and judo and a bunch of other Japanese martial arts that they've been doing for a very long time, mixed with some of the stuff they learned from the US Marines. The commander just came up and told me that it's a deep part of how
They learned it from the US Marines. Huh.
always trained their soldiers, and he said he is sharing some of the soul of Japan with me, which felt very touching and cool. Sir.
Yeah, another Marine, a fellow Marine, a fellow Army boy.
Have a good day. Okay, back to it.
Given my extreme lack of martial arts experience, I've been paired up with a buddy to help me out. Even though we don't understand a word of each other's language, I don't know what I would do without him.
Dude,
he continued to watch my every move, making.
What's the Mulan song? Let's get down to business to defeat the Chinese. I'm a Mormon missionary God warrior, and I am here to spread disease.
Me refine every punch, every kick, and I was getting better.
I got it.
Dude, Army?
1, 2. Yeah, I'm definitely not ready for combat. But could be. A little training.
But hanging with the
There's
boys?
potential here, I think.
Already the exhaustion is starting to set in, which is worrying because I have to keep preparing for a real test fight at the end of all of this.
I think the guns are coming out next.
Out here in the Pacific, if war is going to be fought, it's going to be fought on islands. Islands, islands, islands.
日本は非常に多くの島々から成り立
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like, yeah, Johnny's kind of glossing over the fact that the reason that Japan hasn't had a military is because of the gratuitous war crimes that it seems that they did in World War II to China, mostly. I mean, they all do. I'm not singling them out, but like, bro, Unit 731 or whatever the fuck it was called. The one that it seems like then they also based MK Ultron out of that. Like, dude.
やっています。その島々は我々が守り抜かな
Hey guys, what if we do this? What if we all do no armies? What if we did that? You know, at your dumb little UN meeting, you say, hey, let's all blow up our fucking armies. And they're like, wait, you mean you guys want to melt all of our own army men? And they're like, no, we're saying like disband them. And they're like, oh, I thought you were talking about seeing if we can melt all of our armies at the same time. No, I don't want to do that, I guess. No. I want to do the melt. I want to melt your armies, yeah. I do not want to stop the armies. Army forever. Army forever, please, until we blow the goddamn earth up. Let's go.
ければならない領土です。
And there's one island in particular that is just 100 or so kilometers from Japan's territory, and that China has vowed to make a part of their country, even if by force. This is currently thought of as the most likely place for conflict to break out between the United States and China.
Johnny Harris pulling some Home Alone traps to save a country. And you know that they're all going to be like very, very like cheaty, you know. And all of this shit's going to be based on like bad faith deception and tricking good innocent people.
If that were to happen, these islands would surely be pulled into the conflict. Especially because China already claims a group of these disputed islands. And in recent years, Chinese military officials and scholars have implied that China actually has an historical claim to much of this island chain. A similar historical claim narrative that pushed Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine.
ロシアによるウクライナ侵略から我々が学んだ大きな教訓の一つは国を守るための十分な力を持っていない、そう相手に思われてしまうと実際に
Do you see how Vladimir Putin and Joe Biden and all these jackasses make these decisions, and then normal people have to go fight these wars? So what if we all say, I'm not fighting those stupid fucking wars anymore, and then we didn't, right? That would be sweet. Everyone doesn't have to Aaron Bushnell themselves, but they have to quit, okay? It's one or the other. You quit, or you Aaron Bushnell, okay? Rest in peace forever. Come on. Make your choice. Easy decision.
So Japan is focusing on beefing up its...
I promise none of y'all have the heart or the soul or the gut to Aaron Bushnell. So just quit your jobs, quit doing army, quit being a Fed. Okay? Because I promise none of you will go down like Aaron or Max. Not a single Fed amongst you will go down like Aaron or Max, ever.
Its ability to quickly move its troops from the ocean onto the beach. This is called amphibious warfare.
この万が一当初に侵攻を許した場合に迅速に当初に
Dude, like this pisses me off. Like this isn't right that a YouTuber that is not disclosing that he works for the fucking military, literally works for the Central Idiot Association, where I don't see, you know, when if Crest toothpaste paid you to put like Crest product placement throughout your video, you're supposed to say that in your video, and there's supposed to be a little thing that says this was paid promotion by Crest, right? Now, if a YouTuber is put there by the Central Idiot Association. That's kind of like sponsoring it, basically, right? So I don't see a single thing that says, hey, Johnny here, he's a paid mouthpiece of the military, you know? So he's drumming up war with China, just like he was drumming up war with Yemen, just like he's going to drum up war with, I mean, Palestinians, like, he's just going to say, let's just go invade Palestine, all of us. Come on, guys. You know, eventually. And then what? We're going to try for Iran eventually. Like, this is what Johnny does. He prepares everyone to go to war and to be like, oh, yeah, I guess we are going to have to go to war. Yeah. See, Japan is arming their military. But he's not saying the part where I guarantee the motherfucking U.S. Army is right behind them, whispering in their ear, hey, do you got, can we give you $20 trillion of guns, and then you guys will help us go kill China? They're amping him up. America is doing this. Johnny Harris is a fucking army worker. He works for Army, dude.
I'm back talking with Commander Kitajima, the head of the amphibious.
Like, no fucking YouTuber gets access to the goddamn military, dude. Oh my God, these people. They don't care anymore. They're just like, my family, my National Zionist family runs the entire media, owns all car companies, runs everything. We own our IG Farben. We own Lockheed Martin. We own Ball Aerospace. We own everything. We're going to kill everyone. Why do we have to hide the fact that we're all conspiring with each other in the background and with the Central Idiot Association? Can we just be super obvious? And everyone's like, yes, Johnny, you can be super obvious. It doesn't matter. We're going to vaporize all these stupid idiots who aren't part of our family anyway. All the idiots who aren't part of our Nazi family, that our words are our own children. All these dummies, they're not in our cool family, that literally our words are our own children to control them forever. Ha ha ha. And so they do it to their kids. Ha ha ha. We're better than you. Did you know that? That's me saying this, a Mormon National Zionist, who also is a general in the military.
Warfare unit in the Japanese military. His job is to defend these islands, and today his troops are showing me how they'll do that.
I think you should have to defend your fucking island with swords. Dude, did you guys watch Shogun? Fucking A. My freaking friend Emily was one of the main writers on that. Dude, it's incredible. It's so good, bro. It makes me want to... If I ever dishonor myself, I'm going to Harry-Carry myself, and I'm going to have Blair be my second, or Dane, whoever will accept. Which one of you has the cleanest blade? Which one of you is not going to fuck up cutting my head off after I...
I didn't know what the commander meant by LCAC.
Amphibious assault vehicle.
LCAC?
And LCAC.
I shall do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Whoa, LCAC. Can I ask about the hovercraft? Can you just describe that? What is that?
Can I ask about the hovercraft? Dude, Blair, I was going to say, I know that Dane will for sure have the fucking power, but I was like, I bet Blair would have the precision accuracy.
Landing craft air. So they're telling me that a hovercraft is vital for amphibious warfare, getting tanks, troops, and supplies onto islands quickly. I couldn't really imagine it, but a few minutes later, I didn't have to.
So this thing right behind me is called an LCAP. It's this giant hoverboard. It's actually hovering above the water, and it allows the Japanese... This thing right behind me is called an LCAP. It's this giant...
That's a fucking American flag on it. That's a U.S. ship. What the fuck? Is this the U.S. or is this Japan?
It's actually hovering above the water.
Wait, is Johnny here as a representative of the U.S. military? Is that how Johnny got in here?
Water, and it allows...
I thought he was a YouTuber.
The Japanese army to go from the ocean onto any beach. God, that's loud.
He's like, D-Day's gonna be so much fucking sweeter this time, boys. Oh!
You don't really realize how big this thing is until it gets onto the shore. I mean, this thing is massive. Look at this. You see that it's full of these tanks. It's full of a bunch of soldiers. It's got Humvees. The thing's freaking huge. And it allows the Japanese army to come onto an island very quickly, like you saw.
The Japanese army or the American army?
How quickly it just like ramped on to this sand. I mean, do you see that tank? That's a giant, like, huge tank that was just on that hovercraft.
You know what'd be cooler is if we got rid of all this shit. It would be way sicker. Dude, honestly. If we just threw this shit into the sun or threw it in the Marianas Trench, never looked at it again. Or turned it into something. Or scrapped it and got money back and used the money for something decent. The Navy has 1 million bases in Japan. I lived in Yokota Air Force Base, and the apartment my family was put in by the Air Force was a Yakuza-operated building. Of course it was, dude. So awesome.
U.S. Marines train with these Japanese soldiers, sharing their wisdom on amphibious warfare to prepare the Japanese army to defend their islands.
それまでは南西諸島はいわば防衛上の空白地域となっていました。南西諸島における部隊配備は我々の、南西諸島を守り抜くという決意の表れです。
And before we get back to my training, I want to take you to one of these islands, one that is crucial to Japan's new strategy.
Office Depot. A giant banner for your small business, huh? Odie does it. This is how we do it. So you want to step up your dorm game? Odie does it. Everything you need to get your startup started? Odie does it. Yeah. Oh, right.
And before we get back to my training, I want to take you to one of these islands, one that is crucial to Japan's new strategy.
I took the drone up and I'm looking at this beautiful forest. Once you see it from the air, you realize just how expansive and green this is. This forest was actually recently deemed a UNESCO World Heritage Site because it's brimming with all of this unique plant and animal life. And yet right here, cut into this forest, is a new military base right on top of this hill. It's actually cause for concern among some of the locals.
They let me visit the base on top of this jungly hill, and I was immediately struck with how new it all felt. Some of it was still being finished.
最後、今この他に四角い大きな建物があるんですが、そこ体育館が4月ぐらいにちょっとできる予定で。
Is a UNESCO thing? Is that something that we need to look into? That felt like a fucking like. Is that something that like they name it UNESCO something, and then it's like a cobalt mine for the CIA or something, or like, is it like the Red Cross? Like, I don't know. There was something about the way he just said that I was like, what the fuck is a UNESCO thing?
Well, there was
like, that's something we should probably look into.
a lot of excitement about this new base, but it quickly became apparent why this base is so important. Right now I'm watching these trucks turn into missile launchers. This gives Japan the ability to shoot down aircraft. They have another variation that launches missiles to hit surface ships that come anywhere near this island. And these missiles are now stationed on several islands along this chain.
They're giving me a demo of another one of these missile trucks. This one's a surface-to-ship missile. It allows them to shoot these missiles from here and hit a ship that is somewhere in the ocean. It's once again another big capability for
para defender las islas.
Johnny's got audio. Johnny's got it. Swaps his shit into Spanish. You can change it to the audio track to Spanish.
Lo que es el propósito de Japón para construir su ejército.
their military on this island chain. What's the range?
Oh, it stands for the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. That is exactly what we were thinking, right? Like, of course that's got to be what they're doing. It's like a way to designate something like, we get to take all this.
Confidential. They wouldn't tell me the range, but my reporting showed that these missiles have a range of around 200 kilometers, with the newer missile upgrades potentially going up to 1,200 kilometers. This is a massive new capability for the Japanese army.
Why is this capability so important?
Yeah, it'll be so cool. It'll be so freaking cool to rain hell down on, like, places so much further than they could before. Like, dude, this all inevitably ends with the death of all of us. That's where this goes. It never goes anywhere else, ever. Never, ever. It's never going anywhere else. We gotta see that, man. What the fuck?
For Japan.
だから、日本で海洋国家なので、必ず敵の侵攻っていうのは海から始まりますので。
Enemy invasions always start from the sea. Well, that's because you're an island, right?
その船に対する攻撃能力を持つっていうのは非常に日本にとって重要なんです。
Neutralize the ships. I love that. Neutralize. Neutralize. We're gonna neutralize. No, you're gonna kill everyone on the ship. Come on, don't make it
Back
a
at the
video
base,
game.
my training is going well. I've been sitting through some lectures and briefings, visiting Japan's fleet of helicopters, and learning about their disaster relief missions. I also found some delicious food in the base cafeteria.
Yes!
But now it's time to begin gun training.
Dude, Dane, is this another GarageBand 2005 song? There's a ton of those loops that I know too from that. Like, I'll hear them all the time on anything, dude. People use them all the time.
Freaking exhausted. I think because this camo is also like incredibly thick.
My friend doesn't really care that I'm exhausted. He believes in me here, and he expects nothing but my best.
Rumor is Israel's the new pizza capital? What the fuck? Stop it.
The precision of his moves. I'm starting to wonder if I'll ever make him proud.
It's no Paul. It's no Paul Y-File Sopal, but it's honest work. Dang, that's good, man.
And finally, I do.
Paul Y-File Sopal.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm nearly ready for my test fight. But first, I need to learn one last important skill that is unique to this place. Perhaps the most important of these islands is Okinawa. Okinawa has two things hidden deep within its soil: the bones of the abandoned bodies that died in a devastating World War II battle, and the bombs from that same battle, the bombs that never went off. I'm learning about how these unexploded bombs are everywhere on this island, and part of my training is to learn how to safely detonate them. Today, they're teaching me how to disarm this 250-pound American bomb, and even though it's just a practice one, I'm still pretty nervous. Oh, okay, my turn. 1/2, okay.
Madam Mitzvah said, I watched a video with a Canadian prepper and he had war leader on, who said the plan is for China to take Taiwan and we don't do anything. And then North Korea attacks South Korea. And then the U.S. gets involved because we have bases there, but then we are overextended. Then Russia or China takes out the U.S. grid with EMP, and then they bomb military bases and bring U.S. military to its knees. Supposedly, that's the plan. So everyone needs off-grid, grow food community. You should buy a plot of land together now. Yeah, I mean, you know, do whatever you can, but I'm not doing anything different. Fuck it. Dude, if they take us out, that's on them. Whatever, man. EMP us. Whatever. Like, all these countries are just gangs. They're gangs. That's it, bro. They're gangsters running gangs, and they none of them take care of us. Like, all it takes is these stupid military dudes to look around and realize that you're getting fucking screwed and say, I'm not doing this. It's not that hard of a decision. It really isn't. I don't know. Like, this shit is crazy to me in 2024, bro. I can FaceTime with Xi Jinping. Whatever, like, there is no scenario ever where you gotta go drop bombs on people. This is so silly. Truly. It's like goofy, silly, baby shit. It's I eat fucking smushed, blended carrots and peas type shit. You know what I mean? This is like, they're truly so childish.
After loosening this delicate fuse, I now
Which is hilarious, because the more childish you are, the more likely you will be to fucking kill everyone.
have to slowly unwind it with my hand without letting it touch the sides.
By hand. One full. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so it's...
With some practice, I'm getting steadier.
Pull it out. Okay. Oh my God! Wow, that's scary what you guys do. That is, I mean, to think that...
War is not theoretical for the people here. The death toll of the Battle
Yeah, because of you and your bosses, Johnny.
of Okinawa is comparable to that of the dropping of the atomic bombs. The horror of those 82 days still lives on here, not only in the memories of the people, but also in this bomb-filled soil. All of this new military buildup
It's such a waste, man. It's such a waste of resources and time and life.
is meant to prevent a repeat of this kind of war, to deter it. But deterring conflict by militarizing has a mixed record of actually stopping a war and not provoking.
Like, dude, EBE, what if you just fucking let them go to their war, right? And as they're about to attack, you fucking you swallow all their missiles. Like, dude, honestly, we're gonna get to the point in our fucking remote viewing experience. I'm telling you, after today, like, I keep slowly getting trickles of, like, The shit is real. The shit is real, bro. I'm gonna be Sue Arrigo. I hope y'all are gonna be just like her too. And once they start their stupid war, I'm literally going to eat their missiles with my mind, okay? I'm going to swallow their fucking plutonium with my goddamn brain before they even launch it. They're gonna go to launch their stupid missiles and the tubes are gonna be empty, okay? That's the plan, okay? You hear that, feds? Try and stop us.
There is no clear answer, and that tension is now always present down here.
Johnny, this is disgusting. You have children, bro. It's so gross that you do this for a living. You literally stir everyone up to kill other people's kids for you to protect, quote unquote, protect your kids. Your little Aryan kids. Disgusting. You're a fucking spy, bro. You're a traitor.
I'm surprised to find that my training is actually sticking. It's finally time for the last test. A fight where...
Yeah, your fucking Manchurian candidate training is...
I'm going to defend myself using all of the skills I've learned.
We're putting on a jockstrap now. I don't know if I signed up for it. Not really sure what that entails. Like, what could this be for?
Do you really even have a choice, Mr. Lebensborn? Not really, huh?
I'm surrounded by 4 guys who will run at me randomly, and my job is to defend myself using what I've learned.
I feel like I need to really step up to the plate and be a fighter.
First with just my hands and feet, and then a weapon. Let's see how this goes.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if I've done my training. Here we go. Okay. Who's coming at me? Who's coming at me?
Let's go, Johnny. Warrior. Mormon Rambo.
My training definitely has paid off, but what I didn't expect is how exhausting this is. It's primal and full of adrenaline, and every muscle in my body is firing as I fight back, pushing back against all of this heavy...
Kicking with his fucking toes.
the armor I have on. Here he comes again. In my moment of need, he's always got my back.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, until you and all the rest of the U.S. military gets him and his entire fucking family killed. Because that's where this is going. It's so much fun training for war, and then when World War III happened, it really sucked, guys. It was not what I was expecting, okay? I regret doing it now. I really regret getting paid like $300,000 to lie to all Americans and make up fantasies and fairy tales about defending countries and blah blah blah, and not the truth.
And now with the gun.
Yeah. Like, dude, war is not honorable. It's fucking dumb. It's stupid, truly. Dying in a war is stupid as fuck. One of the dumbest things you could do. Easily. One of the dumbest fucking things you could ever do.
Okay, here we go.
Like, they're only able to fucking do all this shit because all of us aren't paying attention. And we just need all of us to pay attention, okay? And then they can't do their coup every country ever. And, like, you know, they try and pretend like, you know, oh, Japan is going to defend itself from China. But it's like, Japan is like, they're using Japan the same way they use Israel. It's America. They're just using their army, you know? But, like, anything that... If we invade Iran, it's because Joe Biden wants him to, and the rest of the Nazis do, you know?
But now I'm totally out of gas. I have nothing left.
That's why I've never been more tired in my entire life. Here we go.
Dude, this could have been cut down to like 2 minutes, Johnny. This is like long, man. The fighting part, I mean.
Yeah, thank you.
He's got the fucking angel music in the background. Joseph Smith's fucking face pops up in the background here. He's like, good job, Johnny. You're a really good Mormon boy. Yep. You're doing just like I wanted you to. Yep. Don't forget to get a bunch of young girls pregnant.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. I'm not meant for war.
Yeah, no. Neither am I, honestly. None of us are.
Oh, that was truly, I don't think I've been so tired in my life. It's exhausting. We have this like...
No, the fight is the important propaganda part, Cat Dad. You gotta see Elohim's elite asset.
like primal thing running through you.
Who, the Wasco Oasist?
Where it's like people are attacking.
That was the elite secret service of Elohim City, was the Wasco Oasist.
So you keep fighting and they're like yelling. That was intense. Wow. That's great. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
He's like, I really liked that yelling part. It was exhilarating. Have you guys ever yelled before? It's amazing. It made me feel so alive. I'm Mormon, so I'm usually told to sit down and, my parents have been grooming me and abusing me since I was little, and I'm not doing it to my kids. Nope. But yeah, the yelling part was really fun. Holy shit. Have you guys ever expressed your emotions before? Whoa, it is a crazy world.
Thank you. You guys are tough.
It was time to go.
Dude, this is so cute.
So after a group photo, I said goodbye to these soldiers who let me train with them. It was time to head to the towns and villages to talk to the locals about how they feel about all of this. I know that Japan is transitioning to being a country that once again has its own military. It's doubling its defense.
Japan is transitioning. Oh my god, these countries don't even know their pronouns now. Jesus. Where is this world going? Bro. Unbelievable.
Budget. It's building all of these bases on these islands, and I'm trying to understand from a local perspective how locals are feeling about the fact that Japan is growing its army once again.
It's a very, sensitive area.
He's like, because I know that you are a fucking U.S. Marine, and you'll probably kill my family if I say anything negative about this shit.
In March 19...
And by, I mean you, I don't necessarily mean Johnny, guys. It would be Johnny's assistant, I'm sure.
45, when the US was closing in on Japan, they had to go through the island of Okinawa. The Japanese army was losing this war, and in an effort to make it as grueling as possible, the Japanese military armed the civilians on this island, preparing their soldiers to fight until the very end. This turned the people on this island into a kind of wall, a sacrifice that would hopefully keep the Americans from invading the mainland. American troops landed here on April 1st, 1945. My grandfather was 18 years old at the time and was one of the first Americans.
Dude, another place that I would love to see, do you guys ever walk around and, think, man, what the fuck did this place look like 300 years ago? Before all the buildings and shit were there? Just try and picture, I always try and picture Brooklyn as a big-ass, rolling field. But, I would love to see, samurai era Japan. I really, really liked Ghost of Tsushima. And then, when I watched Shogun, oh, man.
To hit the beach before...
It's beautiful. It's so pretty there.
The horror started.
It was Japan's final hour, and an incredibly furious combat.
And I love that they, dude, the old cities and stuff are, so, Kyoto and stuff. Holy shit, man. It's crazy. The craftsmanship.
Enemy soldiers had to be destroyed cave by cave and one by one.
A quarter of all civilians were killed in this battle. The bloodshed was unimaginable.
There's nothing, to me, there's literally nothing that is worth fighting like that other than, what we are fucking, fighting to stop fascism is worth this. But, dude, fighting to, for American corporations, ugh, But, I mean, like, nothing should... Like, there's no reason to be fucking dropping bombs and shooting each other with guns. That's, like, so... Like, dude, we think of ourselves as, like, different from people in the past. Dude, we're worse. Because we can see the effects of it, you know? We can see the reasons behind everything. And still, we just go with whatever the fuck they say. Like, yes, okay, fine. Yeah, yes, we do have a right to defend ourselves and steal Palestine from them. Like, that... I can see that more clearly than people during World War II could see anything the Nazis were doing. Like, honestly, nobody has, like, a fucking excuse right now. We're kind of worse than World War II era Americans. But I still have hope. I still have faith in all of us. Some people are going to wake up eventually. They have to.
Over 240...
Or we're all going to die.
40,000 people dead in total, leading the US to conclude that dropping 2 atom bombs on Japan was a better choice than continuing with this bloody island warfare.
Well, actually, Japan, didn't they quit before we dropped the bomb on them? We just wanted to try it.
After the war, many of the dead on Okinawa were never recovered. This is Mr. Takamatsu. He's a local Okinawan who's dedicated himself to searching the island, looking for bones. The bones of the people who died in the Battle of Okinawa. He tries to get their DNA tested so he can return it to the families of the dead. Today, he's looking for bones in this cave that served as a bomb shelter. There are still burn marks from the flamethrowers used in that battle almost 80 years ago. He says the cave was full of the bones of women and children hiding during the fighting.
戦争で亡くなった人のこの骨を家族に返したいと思ってます。
As he searches, he prays for peace.
すみません。沖縄の戦争の被害を世界中に伝えることができると思います。そのため、外国からの記者に皆さんの姿を見せることを許してください。
To Okinawans, the remains of the dead are sacred. They still have life. So even here, 80 years later, this soil is still haunted by the horrific realities of war.
Like, Johnny can say this shit and then literally disassociate enough to not put any of the blame for the incoming war that Johnny is a part of stoking, right? He doesn't take any of the blame on himself here, but this is fucking war propaganda, and he doesn't even see that he's using this old man and his fucking pain and he's trying to fucking get bones of people back to their families for a stupid fucking war that was worthless, pointless, and while Johnny is using him to stoke another fucking one, another worthless, stupid war. And he'll never fucking see the irony. Like, it's so gross. Or he probably does. He just doesn't give a fuck.
まだ戦争の遺骨が残ってるのに、また戦争を始めようとするっていうのは、とても愚かだと思います。今度は私たちが遺骨になって。
Johnny's like, yeah, I know, war is brutal, but that's the way my family makes money. How else is Lockheed going to have 10% increases from last year? We have to do war. Duh. Guys, line has to go up, okay? That's for Lockheed, that's for McDonald's, that's Domino's. Every single one. How are they going to get line go up without big war? Tell me.
しまいます。それを許すわけにはいきません。
This trauma still remains in this soil, with the bombs and the bones, the loss.
そしたら私たちは生き残れる。
Johnny thinks he's an Anthony Bourdain, and he's so fucking not, dude.
ることはできません。自衛隊の命を守りたいと思ってるからです。戦争になったら真っ先に死ぬのは戦争を決めた政治家ではありません。
Yeah, the first ones to die will not be the politicians. None of the politicians will die.
Back on the island of Amami Oshima, the community is split about the arrival of the military onto their little pristine island.
守るという面においてはいいと思います。いいことかなと思います。
どうなんですかね。ちょっと私なんか難しい問題にはなりますよね。それはね。何が安全って言われたらちょっと。
On one hand, this base up on the hill is there to protect the people of Japan against any.
Get the fuck out of here. Is it there to protect the people of Japan, or is it to give America a forward operating base into Japan or into China?
Increasingly,
dude, and look at they just fucking ruined the top of that mountain for their stupid ass base. Look at that thing.
On one hand, this base up on the hill is there to protect
up on the hill, up on the mountain,
the people of Japan against an
and it's just a parking lot, dude. Look at this. This is just a fucking giant parking lot.
Increasingly aggressive neighbor. Plus, the people here told me that the soldiers are very kind, in addition to providing much needed economic benefit to local businesses. But nearly every local I talked to had pieced together the deadly logic of military calculations like the one Japan is making here.
I think we'll probably get attacked. I really do. Yeah, especially with America fucking with you. Dude, I'm not getting the door right now. What the fuck? The stream's going on, dude. Hold on a second.
でもやっぱりね、一応基地があるということは一番狙われやすいですよね。その時やっぱり島民が犠牲になるっていうのはありますよね。
Could this be considered a target for an enemy now that there's missiles here?
軍事的に考えると、この地域がミサイルで襲われても地域の住民に対する被害はほとんどないとは思うんですけども。
住んでるんです。捨てないで、ちゃんと考えてほしい。国にもし外国からすれば必ず狙われますね。
沖縄は今再び戦場になろうとしています。
The new base is changing the island, not only because of the threat of war, but also because the base sits atop this hill, surrounded by a UNESCO World Heritage Forest, brimming with unique and endangered plants and animals.
UNESCO again.
そういうところをこうなんていうかすごい森林破壊しながらなんか戦争の準備をするっていうのは本当に私は許せないというかありえないですね。
I hiked through this forest with some locals who say that since the base was built, this delicate ecosystem has been damaged, adding yet another layer of resentment towards the military presence.
特に自衛隊に対しての陸自に対してのその批判的な意見っていうのは
I've been here for a year and a half now and not even once have I heard a critical opinion of the SDF.
ここに来てもう1年半経つんですけど一度もないです。
毎朝こう自衛隊の車とかミサイルみたいなのとかとこう車両と通りなんていうか見るんですよ。本当に
And every time it sends shivers down my spine. Hell yeah.
The people down here live with the memory of what their geography has turned them into, the front line of defense for any invading army.
私たちこんな小さな島に住んで移動する手段は飛行機と船しかないんですよ。でそこを一緒にこうなんていうかそういう使い方をされてそこが爆撃されたら私たちどうしたらいいんですか。私たちどうやってこの島から避難したらいいの。
Trauma is there. That experience, it stays there. Memory stayed there 80 years ago. Doesn't change at all.
昔から沖縄もそうされてきちゃったんだし、もう一番先に犠牲になっちゃうのはやっぱり南西諸島ですよね。沖縄、その次は奄美大島。また同じことが繰り返すかなという気がしなくもないですね。仕方ないというのはありますね。
It does feel like history is repeating itself, huh?
Conversations came with so much internal, emotional conflict.
And Johnny's helping make sure that history is repeating itself because, yeah, he wants to go to war too, because that's what Johnny's job is.
Do you feel safer because of that deterrent?
That one is yes and no.
まあ両方ですよね。守ってはくれるかもしれないけれども、でもまあこちらの方が攻められるっていう可能性は。
Just makes you a target, bro.
ですよね。いいっていうよりは必要。
I wouldn't say it's good.
いいとか悪いとかっていうよりは。
Oh, I'm sorry. We have customers.
I came to these islands to train with the military, to immerse myself in this unique time in Japan's history. But what I found when I got here was a much more complicated and emotional story than I had anticipated. Not just because of Japan's complicated relationship with its military, but specifically because how that history has been borne by the people who live on these islands. The human wall that protected the country and might have to do so again. The people who live among the undetonated bombs and the abandoned bones that have little hope of ever being recognized. The people who are now caught carrying the psychological weight of wondering if these new bases make them a target, or if without them, they will be left without protection. War and conflict make these questions unknowable. All we can do is wait. Meanwhile, the Japanese military will continue on its course to build a proper military to protect and defend their country.
You mean the American military?
Focusing on amphibious warfare, and hoping that their efforts will be enough to make China or any other enemy think twice about acting any more aggressively than they already have. Hoping that all of this doesn't provoke the very war it is trying to deter.
Deter my ass. Shame on Johnny. Shame on Johnny.
The Germans are paying for people of German. Did you hear what Germany is doing right now? So the Germans are paying for people of German ancestry from all around the world to go to the area of Tibet because that.
Whoa. What? Because that's the Aryan birthplace?
That's where they believe that Germans came from.
Dude, isn't that the fucking Aryan thing?
And they're paying for people to go there.
They're doing Aryan birthright? Oh, brother. Yeah, does it make sense now, guys, why Germany keeps having a resurgence of Nazism? It's because they're Nazis. You understand? Straight up. Straight the fuck up. Dude, we gotta watch a video about... Oh, I know. Let's watch Eyes Wide Open after finishing our brother. I just need to type this in before I forget.
So I guess just to start off a bit.
Let's see if he's got a video about like West Germany or something, or just watch more CIA shit. But dude, yeah. Because the Nazis straight up won, and then they just handed over control of the country directly back to the fucking Nazis instantly.
Because there's supposedly already Germans in Tibet right now, and they're hoping that Germans around the world will go there and be interested in maybe moving to Tibet and meeting these other Germans where they can create a place for Germans.
Wait, isn't this TikTok a joke comparing Germany to Israel? Germany should be directly compared to Israel. But wait, isn't he saying this is for real though? He's saying that Germany is actually paying, like, doing birthright to send Germans to Tibet? Is that, like, I'm assuming he's saying that's actually real, right? But yeah, this is like this is birthright, but for Aryans.
To live. And the people who are paying for this, like all these rich Germans around the world, or people of German ancestry that is, are hoping that one day there'll be like all the Germans living there where they believe they came from.
Yeah, like the Nazis went and found out a bunch of the mystical shit from Tibet, and then that's like, I think that's like one of the first things that got them started on their fucking Antarctica adventure.
Yeah, it's a program
I think
for young people.
They really started taking the stuff seriously after visiting Tibet.
To meet other Germans. Yeah, so all the Germans are going to go there and do German things and talk about the origin of Germany, because that's where they believe they came from. But not in Germany, but in Tibet, where they think they're the indigenous people. No, not the Tibetans. Germans, that is. Yeah, the Germans in Europe think they're from the place in Tibet. So all these young people are going to go there and hang out. Paid by rich people. Isn't that nuts? Yeah, it's nuts because it's not real. But if that program was real...
Oh, it's not real.
That would be terrifying, right?
I mean, I would believe them doing it, for sure. Because, I mean, yeah, they're doing it in Israel. But yeah, I see what you mean now, yeah. I thought he was saying that it was actually real. Like, I would for sure believe that in an instant, because it's just the premise of birthright. Which, like, no matter what like, it's a weird thing. It's like, the right answer to you know, singling out a group is not singling out them for excellence. It's that we're all the fucking same.
Did you know that it's literally illegal for the United States to give Israel military
That's a good point, mommy.
aid, according to our own fucking laws? Veterans for Peace is demanding that the Biden administration abide by U.S. law regarding the illegal possession of unregulated nuclear weapons and halt
And a nuclear facility that has never been fucking investigated, or like, what's it called when they just walk around and take a look?
all military aid to Israel. In a letter to President Joe Biden and top members of his administration, Veterans for Peace asserts that U.S. law requires the cutoff of all military aid to Israel because it possesses nuclear weapons in non-compliance with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel does not admit it possesses nuclear weapons, has not signed the NPT, and does not allow inspections of its nuclear arsenal. The letter lists multiple credible reports that Israel has possessed nuclear weapons for decades because Israel
blew JFK's head off with the assistance of the Nazis, because they're all one in the same.
Signed the NPT, the Symington-Glenn Amendments to the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act of 1976, which allow no presidential discretion and require the suspension of all military aid. Everyone knows that Israel has nuclear weapons. It's not a secret. It has never been a secret. And what is happening is illegal. I mean, welcome to the club of horrifyingly illegal things that are happening. But just in case you didn't know about this one, good morning.
I found my wallet, but it's missing exactly one card and one of my IDs. Why do I have 3?
Let's see what Eddie's got.
So the coup in Bolivia has now been defeated. Here's Bolivia's President Luis Arce coming out of the government palace to confront the coup leaders directly. The man he's staring down is Officer Juan Zuniga, a military leader who was leading the coup. The U.S. was in Latin America at this time, meeting with the Organization of American States, so many people have speculated that Zuniga launched the coup, hoping that the U.S. and the OAS would give him support, which never came.
Dude, I doubt it. I bet he launched the coup because the Central Idiot Association said, okay, do the coup now.
But ultimately, this coup was defeated by the Bolivian people and the organized working class. Here you see some of the police and military forces who had surrounded the government palace literally being chased out of town by the Bolivian masses, who the socialist government called upon to defend the government palace. Zuniga has now been arrested and he's in government custody. Just like Janine Áñez, the right-wing extremist who led the last coup in Bolivia, which was backed by the U.S. in 2019. So right-wingers just keep trying coups, and they keep getting smacked down by the Bolivian people.
Wait. Cubit said, did you see that America bought a bunch of potentially radioactive fish from Japan that other countries refused and gave it to the military?
Congratulations to them, and to Elon Musk. Suck it. You're not getting Bolivia's lithium that easily, you Minecraft character of a human being.
Isn't it so funny that, look, it looks like they're both, like, oh, Eddie doesn't like Elon. But I'm pretty sure that Eddie is, like, works with Elon, right? It's the same thing as Taylor and her sister Chaya being opposing viewpoints, right? You see how if those two are opposing viewpoints, that really the viewpoints are kind of just the same? So they do this fake frenemy shit, you know? He's got to keep the attention of the leftists so that eventually you know, when we get to the election or whatever, he can be like, yeah, that third party stuff will never work, guys. We gotta vote for Biden. You know what I mean?
Let me reframe the 2024 election.
I love everything that Smoking and Thinking says. Usually,
from the two shitbags at the top of the tickets, right? Because we're voting on presidents ostensibly, but we're also voting on administrations. And at this point in American history, we're really voting on cultural empowerment. That we're engaged in a culture war masquerading as our politics. The kind of like agreement to turn towards neoliberalism by both parties has essentially taken economic issues and traditionally political issues, foreign policy issues off the table and given us plebeians simply the culture war to fight about. And so the way I look at it, especially in light of Joe Biden's disastrous debate last night, and Trump's disastrous debate too, let's not forget.
Oh yeah, I do kind of want to see a couple highlights or something from that. We'll watch it later though.
He's a raving lunatic. Everything he described was a lie. His version of America is a dystopian mess. It's all lies, right? But what we're actually voting on is which elements of the culture will be emboldened by holding.
Yeah, J-Moo, is anyone going to vote? I think that probably the best use of a vote would be like a protest vote and like maybe doing like a blank vote. Like, dude, there's no winning. Like, but we could make our voice, you know, we could do something to like try and cause a stir at least, you know? Like, dude, honestly, I don't know which option is worse. They're both the worst option, you know? Like, do you just let Trump fucking accelerate it? I mean, dude, I don't know. I don't know which one is more accelerationist, Biden or Trump. It's like Biden has been just as bad. Trump at least sometimes would stand up to like people just to look like a bully. At least he wouldn't get walked over by all, you know, like he would sometimes just have fun, you know? Biden, though, is just a straight cuck to these, like, business extremists, you know? Because they're his family.
The executive office and setting the tone. Donald Trump says he's going to fire everybody and only hire loyalists in that, like, Schedule 47 or something. Project 2025 is in the mix. Cop cities, all the cops want Trump. That was one of the things he told the truth about last night. And so, culturally, who's going to be emboldened in the streets? And if Donald Trump wins, Trumpism will be emboldened in ways we can't imagine in this country.
Majoro, whatever your dad was doing in Okinawa was something important to maintaining safety and security in that airspace. Yeah, I bet that's what that's probably what John Benet Ramsey's grandpa said about his job too, if you know what I mean.
The Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers will be the brown shirts and the black shirts running wild, settling scores. Donald Trump will weaponize the Justice Department. I mean, this is the thing. Republicans always get revenge. If you try to hold them accountable for their misdeeds, they will make shit up. I mean, it's why Bill Clinton was impeached, was because Richard Nixon was impeached. They will always seek revenge. They will always create an alternate reality where their opponents are guilty of the things they're doing. Today. And so to me, it's actually about who's culturally emboldened and what about the constituents.
Ash Squirrel Girl, this isn't a virus, right?
Right, and so what about the judges that are being sat? What about the administration, right? What about Donald Trump will destroy this.
Do you guys like freezing your bottles of Coke or your beverage of choice, cherry vanilla Coke, you know, and freezing it so that you freeze it for 35 minutes? And then you have an icy. You guys ever do that?
Country. It's just that simple. And his people will...
Genius.
It's about culture at this point. It's not really about politics. We're in a culture war, not a political war. And we're losing. I mean, the Supreme Court they have, if Donald Trump is president, will rubber stamp his dictatorship. We know that. That's what Samuel Alito said. One side is going to win. He's already looking at this as sides. We know what side he's on. We know what side John Roberts and all these people are on.
Dude, frozen water. I like chipped ice. I like big cubes of ice. I like all sorts of ice. But, dude, crushed ice. And then I do this thing, too, in the summer when it's really hot, where I'll put the cubes in and then I'll set my alarm for an hour and 15 minutes. And then I go and I take the ice cubes out before they're done being frozen so that they're a small outer shell and then the inside is all water still. And I do that like all day. And so like every hour and 15 minutes, I get the new crush and I throw it in there and then I'll smash it with the big old wooden spoon and get nice shaved, crushed, cubed ice. Ooh. We call them aborbies.
John Roberts gets a pass. It's John Roberts' court that's ruined America. John Roberts was put on the court for Citizens United. It's Citizens United that unleashed all of this, right? Putting all of that dark money and light money, all of that into politics.
Dude, I was in 6th grade, I think, when Citizens United happened. And I was like, and didn't pay attention to anything. Like I feel like the Iraq War was going on, right? And then fucking, right? Was that the right time? And even I was like, as a 6th grader, was like, this sounds like a dumb idea. Wait, they're gonna what?
Gave our country away. And everybody's kind of looking at like which president was in office when this happened, which president was in office when that happened.
Bill.
It's the Supreme Court and the legal system and the money in our politics that have compromised this country, that has pushed us to the brink of collapse. And so, you know, Joe Biden isn't offering like solutions to all of these problems. To me, the main thing is that Joe Biden isn't done.
Dude, it's amazing. He's not even offering a single solution to any problem. He's like, no, everything's gonna be worse. There's nothing I can do, Jack. Nothing I can do.
Donald Trump. It doesn't embolden Christian nationalism. It doesn't have Project 2025. It doesn't have Schedule 47 or whatever the fuck that draconian thing is called, where he's literally going to turn every federal employee into an app.
Oh, and everyone should vote for the knitted anus before you don't vote. If anything, at the very least, everyone should be voting for the knitted anus. Not Corey, not Cat Dad. The knitted anus, okay?
Will employee, fire everybody, put loyalists in, and then it's over. And so...
Don't waste a vote when you can vote for knitted anus.
There are no positives here. There's attempts to hold off what seems like an inevitable Christian nationalist takeover. I don't think it's inevitable. But I think Joe Biden's the wrong person at the wrong time, and it's an actual national disaster and tragedy that this is who the Democrats have decided to roll with, right?
And yeah, I mean, it's been a win-win for these Nazis since they killed JFK. Every president has been Nazi or secret Nazi. Nazi or secret Nazi. Secret Nazi, secret Nazi. Secret Nazi, secret Nazi. They've gotten better at it. You know, they got Bill Clinton, like, people thought he was fun before the Monica Lewinsky stuff. People thought Obama was a fun, cool guy. Now he's, like, one of the most sinister in my eyes, truly. Dude, he's one of the worst ones. He did, like, 1,500 drone strike operations or something, and before him, the average, I think, was, like, 400. He, like, quadrupled the fucking... however many drone strikes whoever did before him, you know? It's like, and then you realize all of the blackmail ring stuff and all that shit is real, and the thing with the chef, and he hangs out with Jay-Z and Diddy, and I don't need much more information to put fucking 2 and 2 together, you know? People are who they hang out with. I'm sorry.
Somebody did talk to him 2 years ago and say, you got to bow out. You got to announce you're not running for re-election, and we're going to start the process of seeing who can beat Donald Trump. But they didn't know, I guess, he was running 2 years ago. But I mean, this is political malpractice as usual by the Democrats. I mean, I think the right way to look at the Democratic Party and the Democratic politicians away from the constituents themselves is that they're the controlled opposition. They are the Washington Generals there to lose to the...
Dude, I want a big-ass tree to commune with. Sarah who? I don't have a big-ass tree. When I go to the park... I think maybe I'm going to go try and sit at the park maybe tomorrow and meditate. Because I feel like that would be nice. Because I don't feel the vibrations of the earth here, to, you know, like up on the second floor. I feel like I don't see them or feel them. Oh, but I did want to say, during my tape today, I feel like the other thing that's really helped me get into it is... because my mind, like, wanders so much. It's like, you know, we all have this problem, right? But... my mind wanders, and then there'll be so many times where I catch myself, like, thinking about something, and I'm like, stop thinking. I'm like, the whole point is to stop thinking. You're thinking. Shut up. And the thing that helps me stop thinking is literally like become the music. Like listen to the music and like let your eyes kind of swirl with the music, or you know, the sound, the whoa, 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 whoa. And I just visualize myself being part of the fucking music and like kind of circling and going to the beat of that and imagining my blood pumping on the beat, right? And my energy flow, my magnetic field pumping and going through. And then going back and looking at Focus 10 today, the description of it I caught better this time, and I understand it more, but basically the way they describe getting into Focus 10 is thinking of yourself as like the black hole at the center of our universe, dude. What's the document? It's not Star Wars now. It's one of the Gateway ones. But you know the egg shape of the universe? Know what I'm talking about? Come on, where's the Gateway? Dang it, which one is it? Oh, here we go. Yeah, dude, so like... this isn't the exact one, but you know what I'm talking about. Remember the egg shape of the universe? I started picturing myself like that, where it's like you're blasting out the magnetic field out of the top of your head and it's coming down and going around and then coming back through your feet. And like, I was picturing it like this, and like I was the fucking black hole at the center of our galaxy, dude. And yeah, just letting my mind kind of go and be the music instead of thinking. And that really helped me. So if anyone else is like musically inclined, that kind of description might help you a little bit. That's helped me stop thinking a lot, I think. And that's kind of cool. And yeah, it almost feels like I'm getting into a trance now, almost. And I can do it really fast. Like, compared to before, I can do it like really fast now, I think. So it's cool. Keep up with it and just keep trying new things. I think you're supposed to experiment, you know? Try different word phrases and then do the Zenuru. And just try, dude, honestly, all the stuff that I feel like I've felt like I've wanted to do or like felt like is right, I'll go and I'll read later about something, or you know, read a professional or whatever, and they'll be like, oh, do this thing you want to, and then they'll do the thing that I was like, oh, I wonder if I should do this, like, oh, I wonder if I should have my mouth closed, you know. And then you watch a video where the dude's like, yeah, you can hum with your mouth closed or open. When it's closed a little bit, I can vibrate more. I was like, fuck yeah, that's what I said. So a lot of times, dude, the gut's right. Okay, let's do... Which one do we leave off on? The history of this mafia allies? I think this one.
What if I told you that the history of the Cold War we are taught in school is inherently dishonest? Beneath the surface of the decades-long Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union was a drawn-out hot war between the Western capitalist elite class and the poor peasant masses of the post-colonial world. As the Second World War came to an end, millions of former colonial subjects fought for their right to autonomy, prosperity, and independence from their previous imperial overlords. This class clash between the landless masses of the global south and the bourgeois elites in Washington, D.C., New York, London, and Paris was fought sometimes overtly, but often in the shadows throughout the second half of the 20th century and into the present day. While the USSR and the United States pointed increasingly large nuclear weapons at each other and shot rockets into space, a different yet intrinsically linked war for the hearts and minds of the colonial world was at play. However, the United States and its Western allies had a secret weapon in this fight that they would continue to improve and hone throughout the struggle, that being the Central Intelligence Agency. Folks, welcome to the Cold War, and welcome back to the history of the CIA. If this is your first time joining us on this series, I want to welcome you. I make all my videos as standalone products. As a new viewer, I recommend you watch this part first, especially as we are entering a new chapter of our series. If you enjoy the video and how I present information, the previous parts will always be there and will hopefully be equally as enjoyable. Today, we are starting a new chapter in our story with the creation of the Central Intelligence Agency. In the previous 3 parts, we covered the history of the wartime predecessor to the CIA, the Office of Strategic Services, their collaboration with Nazis in Europe, organized crime in China and Harlem, and the beginning of Operation Gladio, the future plans for a shadow anti-communist army in Western Europe. As always, in every video, I cite all my sources. When a number pops up at the top of the screen like this, you can find a matching bibliographic citation in the description. I have a lot to cover today as we look at the global cultural environment that led to the birth of the CIA and how the Central Intelligence Agency was finally created with little regard for its troubling future. Let's begin.
I will do my level best to stand up for freedom and democracy around the world by keeping the United States of America strong by keeping our eyes wide open.
Hell yeah. Fuck it. No, I'll keep it.
As we welcome change in the world, but keeping our eyes wide.
I was just gonna we'll do it after this. I was just gonna do a little Cat Dad retrospective and just look at where we came from, you know, and go back and look at a couple, of the early videos and stuff and see if we can notice a difference or if we like where we're headed, think about the future. We'll do that after this, though. Remind me to do that, okay?
Since the majority of our series will be taking place during the Cold War, the years roughly between 1947 and 1991, I want to use today's video to outline some fundamental dynamics of the Cold War and cover a few misconceptions about this often misunderstood and misrepresented period.
I just saw Blair. Did you know that the CIA stands for "come in my ass"?
At least
you caught me off guard with
that. Where I am from, we are taught in high school and in most establishment documentary sources that the Cold War was essentially an era of long, troubled peace between the 2 global superpowers, the capitalist United States and the communist Soviet Union. Very little attention is given to the constant state of active conflict throughout the rest of the world. This series will take a very different approach from this traditional narrative. By looking through the lens of the CIA's activities from the 1940s to the 1990s, a different picture emerges. This period of relative peace between great powers becomes an era of innumerable bloodshed and struggle between the Western capitalists and the emerging countries of the developing world. I believe that learning the history of the Cold War through this viewpoint helped me better understand the world we live in today. I hope that this will do the same for you as well. At the end of the Second World War, the globe could be broadly divided into 3 major camps. The first camp, or the First World, as it was known at the time.
Oh, dude, one more thing. Sorry, I just shotgun approaching my gateway tapes techniques, but I keep forgetting things and then remembering them. The other thing, because I don't know if you guys... I have, like, a serious problem with, like, my back fucking hurting all the time from, like, slouching and stuff. So, while I'm doing my tape... when I'm sitting, because I want to get better at sitting, especially after today, it was real promising. If you're a sloucher, tilt your head back a little bit. That really helps with, I don't know, like balancing maybe on my shoulders or something, but it keeps me also from leaning more forward. And also I think it helps you elongate your throat a little, and you can get a deeper tune, a deeper note. And then yeah, so I have like a straight back, kind of tilt my head back just a smidge, just so that I don't start going, because eventually I go forward. You know, I just wanted to share that for any other slouchers. I'm gonna get this back straight one of these days. I'm going to be able to hold my shoulders back and my head high like a proud little guy.
Was made up of the capitalist Western European countries and their settler colonial states in North America, specifically Canada and the United States. By the 1950s, Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea would all join this arrangement as well. This grouping of states had gotten exceedingly rich.
Posture is unfortunately important. Dude, yeah, and I think that the posture actually really helps. And when I found the like leaning back, like kind of, you're like using your knees kind of like as a tripod almost, or I am, you know, and then leaning back and kind of just hooking my palms on the edge of my knee, I feel like allows you, because I feel like I don't gravitate towards doing the sitting one because I feel like I have to work to keep myself sitting, you know, or like I said, like my back always hurts. So I'm trying to figure out a posture that I can stay in that I don't have to constantly adjust, and because I feel like that takes you out of it, right? So I want to get good at sitting and get the same like relaxation that I'm able to when I'm laying on my back. But yeah, I feel like almost sometimes like I think that I like want to have nothing in any of my muscles when I'm like relaxing or whatever, but I don't know if that's necessarily true, because I found like it was almost easier to keep my position by having like a rigid tree back, you know, than like trying to find a place where I can like shrink. Because once I shrink, then I like, no matter what, I'm always bent over by the end, you know. But if I keep like a firm tree back, which does involve me like tensing my back a little bit, right? So it's not technically like totally relaxed. So I thought that was kind of wrong, but now I'm feeling like, no, I want to have like kind of a rigid back, because I don't want that like pain that starts going in my shoulders at like minute 15, you know? And dude, also, I feel like the tape the half hour, the 35 minutes has been flying. I feel like if I sat here and looked and like closed my eyes for 35 minutes and didn't do anything, I would be driven crazy in 5 minutes. But I feel like it flies by now. So that's another thing that kind of makes me think that there is something here, because it's like I'm losing time, not losing time, but like I'm compressing time almost, it feels like.
Through global colonialism,
anyway, that's it.
Over the previous 4 centuries, extracting the wealth from their global
tips and tricks from a guy who doesn't know anything about what he's talking about, but it feels right.
empires, be it minerals, cash crops such as tea and tobacco, or as discussed in the last part, opium, as well as lumber, rubber, slaves, and most recently, oil. These commodities were then shipped to the colonial homelands, where the industrial capabilities to transform.
Oh yeah, dude, and the other thing too is I think that you can really trance out and like do it too while you're working out. Like some people have said that they like doing theirs on a walk, but I told you I did like my first hot yoga class like 2 weeks ago, and I am on the wait list for this Saturday because the class is really popular, but I felt like I was able to like meditate the whole time during yoga, and it was great. So yeah, I think that there's something there too with like the doing something physical, and I feel like I'm able to totally wipe my mind while I'm doing, like, dude, when I play softball is the only time in my life that I like for 1 hour have no anxiety, nothing. Like my brain only cares about the softball. I don't know anything else exists. I'm not worried about work. I'm not worried about family, friends, nothing. I'm worried about like making sure that I'm reading the lineup because I'm like the little manager guy, and getting everyone in their right positions, and then making sure that I can do, getting out if I can. Like, I think about nothing else. So I think that there is something there with like the physical, doing something physical that kind of keeps your mind occupied. And yoga feels like one of those things that you can do, and you can kind of, just like shut down everything, because you can just kind of watch what other people are doing. You don't have to think about anything. You're just like mimicking, essentially, and sweating. And the sweating And the breathing, I think, really is like a huge part of it. So, and that's too why today I feel like maybe I was going to space so hard is because I was breathing almost like I was doing a workout, because I was trying to breathe more than normal, you know, like I was doing a deep breath for every breath, and like not like crazy or anything, but you know, just keeping a deep breath cycle the whole time. I was like, let's see if I can get like high on air, and I did, bro. So yeah, I think breathing in all that oxygen like you're doing like a workout too kind of simulates that, and then you get all buzzy and your fucking hands feel all tingly and you're like, holy shit, am I in a dream? Akeem, thanks for the subby dub.
These resources were established. This practice created a clear division between the poor, exploited colonial residents that worked to extract raw materials almost solely to the benefit of their colonial rulers, then the slightly less poor and more comfortable Western working class that worked to transform the colonial resources into consumer goods, and finally, the Western capitalist elite, the business owners, lawyers, stock traders, shipping magnates, and power brokers that owned the productive capabilities and profited massively from this whole system. As we've made clear in past episodes, most of the early CIA men were from this upper crust of the First World. Throughout the CIA's history, its directors and agents would continue to be pulled from Wall Street, elite law firms, and multinational corporations that benefited massively from the open-door system left behind by global colonialism. Take, for example, Allen Dulles, who worked at his brother John Foster Dulles' elite Wall Street law firm, Sullivan & Cromwell. Sullivan & Cromwell represented such clients as United Fruit and the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. Unsurprisingly,
Dude, the fucking United Fruit Company's logo is just a gun. That's so fucking funny, bro. And then the smoke coming out of it. That's good, man. Dude, I know I've seen this before, but I've never really like sat and thought about it for a second. The smoke comes out of the gun and says bananas. Dude, that is white imperialism right there, boy.
Surprisingly, these conflicts of interest would manifest.
Dude, that is a fucked up logo. Way more than I've never just like thought about this. I've seen this logo a bunch, and I've never been like, that is bananas written out from the smoke of a gun. Dude, that's demon. That's demon shit. Like this can't reference anything except the fact that they took all bananas with guns. They coup the country to steal their bananas, and they think it's fucking funny. Right? Like, this is an actual logo, isn't it?
Themselves in covert operations and illegal meddling abroad at the behest of these
I don't think it's a parody logo.
Massive companies. The CIA would be lobbied by United Fruit to
Blair said this is a video about the crazy shit that these companies did. Like, dude, they're brutal, and then they think it's funny. Like, dude, there is no other interpretation of that logo other than we came, we saw, we killed all the people with guns and stole their nanners, and we still do it to this day.
Hey kids, do you like fashionable, high-quality apparel at an affordable price? Well, too bad, because that's not what we're talking about today. I'm going to learn you all a thing or two about the real banana republics. Our story begins during the turn of the 20th century in Central and South America. Agriculture's kind of a big deal right now. You've got a ton of little plantations all over the place growing bananas, sugar, pineapples, that kind of thing, and they're doing all right for themselves, no big deal. But then refrigeration happened, and it changed everything. Because now produce could be kept fresh for way longer in transit, meaning the fruit companies could suddenly open up their business to the international market, their biggest new trade partner being the United States. This massive opportunity gave rise to three main companies, known as the United Fruit Company, Koyamel Fruit Company, and the Vaccaro Bros. By growing, shipping, and selling fruit, these three firms made just obscene amounts of money, a lot of which went towards buying out smaller family-owned farms and plantations. This allowed them to make even obscener amounts of money, until eventually the only competition that remained was each other. And then shit got real. The year is 1910. One of the companies I mentioned, Koyamel, was doing most of its business in the country of Honduras, when the president of Honduras, Miguel Davila, decided to give a land grant to the Vaccaro Bros in exchange for helping to build some roadways. In doing so, they basically stole a bunch of Koyamel's potential plantations and gave them to a competitor. So Samuel Zamuri, owner of Koyamel, said to himself, dang, I hate those guys. If only there was some way for a guy like me to significantly influence the world around him for his own personal gain. Wait a minute, so he used a portion of his McDuck-esque fortune to hire a mercenary army, which he gave to one of his friends, former Honduran President
Have you guys ever heard of the crazy, like, I forget what podcast did it, but they did an episode of their, was it like, it was one of the Libby podcasts, maybe like, I don't know, I can't think of a single one right now, but they did an episode about the fucking, like, the ice cream truck wars, where, like, all these ice cream trucks are basically fighting each other for turf. It's like gang shit. This is where the ice cream truck turf war eventually leads. It's just how this system works. You're doing gang turf warfare as a country or as an ice cream truck company on, individual blocks. Like, that's all it is. It's so fucking dumb, man.
Manuel Bonilla, and together they
Like, you would think that after 2,000 years of all these people and their kids, and they've all been the richest men in history, you'd think that one of them would eventually get fucking bored and be like, I'm just doing what everyone has done before me. This sucks. What if I prioritized learning or music or something, You would think one of them would. Not a single fucking one, man. It's crazy. Maybe you can breed out, like, being a revolutionary. Maybe at a certain point your genes just don't let you think. And you're just inbred.
Through the entire fucking government of Honduras. Yeah. Should have called it Koyamel. Anyway, Bonilla took power and gave very generous concessions to Koyamel and United as thanks. But then America saw this, and they were like, hey, that's not very freedom of you, young man. To which Zemmour replied, it's okay, we're gonna help this country succeed. After all, politics and business are essentially the same thing. Well, I suppose it's not.
Yeah, Camgirl Wren said Bourdain was a great man because he constantly deconstructed his worldview and put himself out there. You saw him breaking down the social constructs for the real lived experience. Yeah, dude. And fucking, like, now, knowing what has happened since Bourdain is gone, I can't help but feel like it could be for his girlfriend being a, P-word freak, like, that is involved with Weinstein shit, or I could, like, dude, I feel like Anthony Bourdain is one of the few voices that from the jump could have shut this Palestine shit down, like the Israel shit down. He could have put it, like, people listened to him. He commanded an audience, like, anywhere he was. Everyone loved and respected Bourdain. So I just fantasize about what the fuck he would have been saying this last year. Dude, he would have stopped this himself. He would have literally done the menu. Like, that's also how I know Bourdain didn't kill himself, because if he killed himself, he would have done something bigger and more glorious and spectacular than that movie, The Menu, where at the end they burned the restaurant down with all the assholes and the entire kitchen staff. Like, Bourdain would for sure kill himself in a spectacular way. He would never do it in his hotel room with a fucking belt because his girlfriend broke up with him. Yeah, right.
Not our place to be policing the governments of other nations yet. Still, though, maybe. Oh, also, Nanners. Alright, I'm sold, do what you want. So with their interests secured, the businesses continued to thrive and expand. But since they got cut so many breaks by the government, very little of their commerce actually ended up benefiting Honduras as a whole. In fact, the national debt of Honduras got so bad that the government ended up not being able to perform a lot of its functions. So in response, the three fruit companies stepped in and said, no worries, we got this, and decided to basically build the nation's infrastructure for them, including...
Yeah. But it always just works for those companies, right?
roads, railways, shipping lines, telegraphs, telephone lines, radio towers. They even switched the whole country off to the US dollar. Keep in mind, this wasn't out of the goodness of their hearts. It was mostly just to make their own businesses function more efficiently. But it was helpful either way. Anyway, now, not only did they have total power over their plantations, but also a monopoly over nearly every major industry in the country. Many other Central American nations soon followed this pattern, creating a corrupt sort of symbiosis whereby the fruit companies get huge tax breaks and land grants in exchange for a modernized infrastructure and payoffs to the rich minority. And so, the banana republics were born. Sounds like a pretty sweet gig, right? And it was. For the upper 5% of the populations who happen to hold some direct share in the plantations or shipping lines. For your average Jose, though, life mostly consisted of working on land that wasn't even theirs in exchange for dirt poor wages. So that's how things were for like a...
And this is how everything works, right? Everyone sees this? Sometimes instead of the banana farmer, you're a cobalt miner or... or a dude who has to work on a fucking one of those oil wells or something, you know, like... It doesn't matter. It's all the same struggle, right? It's the boss who sits at home and fucks off and then drives to the work site with a brand new truck that you bought for him. It's the same. It's the exact same goddamn story every single place you look, you know?
Decade and a half. At some point, Coyamel was bought...
So anytime anyone ever puts down like a workers' rebellion or like workers standing up for their rights, they're doing it to themselves too. Like, the only what's it called? A rising tide floats all ships, dude. Any workers that are fighting for rights, you should be supporting them because you are a worker. We're all workers. The only people who don't work are the CEOs. They don't work, they don't create, they don't have good ideas. They literally just have their daddy's money. That's it. It's all of it. That's everything. And they think that they're better than us for that, right? Crazy.
Put out by United, but then Zamore became the owner of the whole thing somehow, and the Vaccaro company was renamed as Standard Fruit. Then one day, in 1944, the country of Guatemala had a democratic revolution, and the newly elected leader, Juan Jose Arevalo, wasn't happy with how the companies treated his people. So he implemented several reforms, like a minimum wage.
Let me guess. Something bad happened to this guy. What's up, Ms. Saul's balls?
Law and universal suffrage. And while the populace got a lot of benefit out of this, United Fruit most certainly did not, because more rights for their workers means less profits for the business as a whole. Then Guatemala got a new president, Jacobo Arbenz, and he continued these reforms. And United
Arbenz
continued to get the metaphorical shaft until finally, in 1953...
Dude, I can't believe it still flashes through my head, and I remember that they stole my entire fucking original account. Like, I just want that back for archival purposes. Like, come on, man. I want my comments. I want to read through my comments. It's not right. Just give it back, dude. We all know that you guys are a bunch of Nazis. What the fuck? No one listens to me anyway. Who cares? Just let me have my account back.
They decided to go to the USA for help. Oh, Eisenhower. Yo, what's up? This Jacobo guy, he's making us pay minimum wages. Well, that doesn't sound very good for business. That's not all, though. He's also taking our unused land and giving it back to the people. Does that sound familiar? Oh, dear. You don't think. By the way it's looking, Dwight, I'd say he's a dirty... Oh, God. Collectivizing? No. Commie. Commie! Commie! Yeah, go get him, Dwight. Holy shit, you actually did it. World Star! And from that point onward, Guatemala was ruled by a series of US-backed dictatorships, all the way up until 1996. This kind of situation happened in several other places and times as well, almost always driven by some combination of red fear and yellow love. I won't give any more details for the sake of time, but that doesn't mean they weren't big deals. So you might be wondering, where did these companies go? Surely the Clan of Banana Shenanigans can't still be around today. Well, that's where you're wrong. They're still in operation, just under different names. Standard Fruit changed their name in 1991 to become none other than Dole Food Company. You know, when I was a kid, I used to play a lot of Super Monkey Ball, and I used to wonder, what kind of cruel tyrant would just stick an ape in a ball for their own amusement? Well, now I know. Those bastards. As for United, one day in 1976, their CEO decided he couldn't take the heat anymore, so he jumped out the fucking
That means he was pushed out of that window.
That's a real thing, look it up. Then some other guy bought the company and renamed it to, drumroll please, Chiquita Banana. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The face you once knew as an innocent, fun-loving dancer/fruit merchant is actually a ruthless tyrant who whose logo is a fucking rifle. Overthrows democracies and undermines basic human rights for her own profit. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and thank you for watching.
Fizz Magnificent gifted 1 tier 1 sub. Thanks, dude. You've gifted 9 subbies in the channel. Thanks, Fizz. That's awesome. You're the best.
Overthrow the left-wing government of Guatemalan President Jacobo Arbenz in 1950.
Right, this shit is known, man. This is well known. It's in most of the books that are stacked in front of me. Like, we know this. These countries know this. Like, why do we always just get a pass? Like, we owe reparations for that. For all these countries. We owe them their fucking country back, man. It's really fucked. It's like, I don't know. It's like so dishonest, the whole thing. Like, they knowingly cause chaos in other countries, including assassinating democratically elected politicians there, who are real politicians, unlike the fucking American ones. They think that that's okay to do for business purposes. That's psychotic. That's crazy person shit. That's like truly nuts, people. They're nuts. Like, in no world is this okay. It's not okay. These people are raising children?
Allen Dulles, the director of the CIA under Eisenhower, and John Foster Dulles, the Secretary of State in the same administration, worked to overthrow the democratically elected government of Arbenz and replaced him with a brutal Western-friendly dictator. This was 1 year after the CIA toppled the democratically elected government of Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran, at the request of the...
With the fucking same plan, bro. And they're still using it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. They killed the president in Haiti 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But last month it didn't freaking work in the DRC because they just got this one dumb Mormon kid. They should have got every fucking time. You gotta get 3 Mormons to every normal person, okay? They seem smart, but they're not. It's not all up there, you know? The clock ain't ticking.
British government and Anglo-Iranian oil company. Once again, United Fruit and Anglo-Iranian were both Sullivan and Cromwell clients. The worlds of the Western elite and the CIA were for the most of its history intrinsically linked, with both parties pulling from each other's ranks. George H.W. Bush, for example, was the president of a global oil company called Zapata Oil, among other business ties before he became...
Oh, brother, do we know about fucking Zapata Oil, right, guys?
Director of CIA in the 1970s. William Casey, director of CIA under Reagan, was a partner at the elite corporate law firm Hall, Casey, Dickler, and Howley before his tenure. This is but a very short list of the deep ties between the CIA and the American elite business class. The reason I put so much emphasis on this point is because this interplay between American capital and the Central Intelligence Agency led to countless illegal and undemocratic operations abroad, largely in the developing world, but also in Europe and even, as alleged by some, domestically in the United States. Throughout this series, I will continue to point out the conflict.
Dude, I'm sorry, but it is 3 Mormons to every normal person, because honestly, Mormons are very sheltered. They don't have any real world experience. They have no street smarts, bro. It might be 4-1. I'm not sure. We should experiment on this. We should look into empirical evidence on this. We got to start getting the numbers, guys. It's important.
Conflicts of interest and the business dealings of relevant CIA figures to continue to paint this picture of the true motives of America's...
Like, dude, when you truly look at the fucking list, man, the list of these countries that we know they have done this to. Like, bro, this is crazy. Not okay. It's not okay. Not okay. It's not.
spy agency. The Second World, on the other hand, in 1945, consisted of the Soviet Union and the new Eastern Bloc states that it occupied in Eastern Europe following the fall of Nazi Germany. As previously mentioned, traditional histories of the Cold War focus almost entirely on
kind of pyramid,
the cold conflict between the U.S.
Oh, and we'll see how long our little retrospective look back takes.
USSR.
But we could either read the next chapter of Akasha and get into the dual star thing, or if someone's got like a pyramid video or something, or if Glamham released that video she said she was working on, or whatever, you guys let me know.
And NATO, through nuclear posturing, proxy wars, and moments of diplomacy. For the purposes of this series, and as I will explain in depth throughout this part, the competition between the First and Second World will not feature very prominently in this series, at least not in the traditional sense. The real point of interest for the burgeoning CIA was the Third World. The Third World was essentially every country that was still under colonial rule, or had previously been under Western colonial rule at the war.
I really hate that fucking terminology, right? Third world, it's so gross, right? It's supposed to be, right? What's the second world?
War's end. This represented nearly 2/3 of the globe's population in 1945. Throughout the Cold War, the colonized world would fight a bitter struggle against their former colonial overlords for autonomy and the right to choose their own destiny, the right to control their natural resources, and the choice on how to organize their society. In 1945, however, most of the Third World remained under direct European or American control. India, parts of the Middle East, and
maybe this Sunday we'll watch should we watch The Act of Killing or the other movie after The Act of Killing? I feel like that movie, like no other, really made me understand the depths that the CIA is like willing to go. Like they literally just hire like the local gangsters and they say, go be brutal, do whatever. We'll give you immunity. And that's what they've done ever since, man. They do that in every country. They're currently literally doing it in Haiti right now. They're cleaning up and killing the entire group that maybe, but probably not really, had something to do with collecting children for Peter Thiel, so no one can ever, all put it together that Peter Thiel's literally has a network providing children to him. That's what I think this cleanup is for. They're just killing everyone. They're like, oh no, there's like a 0% chance that any of these are civilians. They're all gone. Everyone's scared. Everyone's gone. They ran away. To where? Where did they go? Huh?
Large swaths of Africa remained under the British. Indochina, Syria, and much of the rest of Africa was still French. Indonesia remained in the control of the Dutch, and the Philippines remained under American control. This would not be a sustainable system, however, as colonial resentment, nationalism, and Marxism spread throughout the global south. Furthermore, the Soviet Union, and later Mao's China and Castro's Cuba, were vocal supporters of the decolonization of the West's former colonies, giving moral and at times material support to these causes. These tensions between former colonial overlords and the exploited peasantry of the Third World is where the Cold War became a hot war, and where the CIA would be used as a tool of neo-colonial subjugation and Western capital. During this period of colonial unease, the rise of global socialism was the Western elite class's worst nightmare. Marxist rhetoric of class warfare and redistribution of wealth left serious anxiety with the rapacious global corporations that had been ruthlessly exploiting the post-colonial states for the past century. The idea of foregoing these insane profits was untenable to the American, British, and French ruling elite.
Absolutely, dude. It's just like what's going on right now. An anonymous gifter gifted a tier 1 subble dub to Okie Comrade. Come on, dude. Stop. Come on.
Elites. Marxism was also a natural fit in the decolonized states, as the people living under this arrangement were some of the most exploited people on the planet. Soon after the end of the Second World War, in 1949, Mao Zedong's People's Liberation Army in China inspired countless colonial peasants across the globe as he armed farmers and laborers against the Western-backed nationalists of Chiang Kai-shek. This peasant revolution rang alarm bells in the halls of power across the West, as it made it clear how effective grassroots insurgencies could be at toppling unpopular Western-backed governments. It is important to note here a fact that is often overlooked in today's conversations about the Cold War. Communism as a global force was an idea that needed to be actively fought and destroyed by the Western elite class, as it posed an existential threat to their existence. Inherent in Marxism is the redistribution of wealth, and most scary to the Western capitalists was land reform, wherein the new nationalist or Marxist government seized all foreign-owned land and redistributed it to the people within that system.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Turtle Island, here it comes. Okie comrade, back up.
Society, essentially cutting off the Western middleman. This was a devastating prospect for the Western oil firms, mining firms, and agricultural corporations such as United Fruit, which ran their Central American and Caribbean plantations like feudal kingdoms. Communism was untenable for these corporations that had deep political power within the institutions of the West. Another ideology that was rising across the world was nationalism. Contrary to popular depictions of the Cold War, not all Third World revolutionary leaders were Marxists in the early Cold War. Actually, quite the opposite. These nationalist states, were prominent throughout the Cold War, embracing a third way, outside of the communist capitalist paradigm that was laid
Yeah, dude, fucking Lumumba, Sukarno.
out by the superpowers. These states decided to work both sides and try to
Remember back in the early days, boys, from our JFK series? Oh my god, that feels like literally 10 years ago. Man, and that was so exciting. And like, that is really, honestly, dude, that's a huge part of why I just keep fucking chugging and pumping along, is because I know that there is like a hunger for this shit. Dude, that first video got like 100,000 views or something insane. Or maybe more, bro. That first JFK long-ass, convoluted, long-ass reading video. Everyone wanted to listen to that. And then the fucking Nancy's said, oh God, we gotta make sure that no one can learn. But dude, when we finally break these algorithms, because we're going to, we just gotta keep fucking pumping. I gotta believe it. Like, something has to give. But we're gonna, like, I know that fucking people want to hear good, like, researched nerd shit about this kind of geopolitical stuff and the CIA. And they've just done a really good job of hiding us. But I know that once we break out, man, people do care about this stuff and they like watching it. It's such bullshit. Like, it truly is it's dark and sinister and evil that they can just pick and choose who does not get to have a voice. That's very scary, you know? Like, I mean, it reminds me, you know, it's like Jessica and stuff. Like, she doesn't have an audience like I do. And she has bigger things that are more explosive, you know? And they can just pluck her out. And they say, nope, she doesn't exist. You know, delete her fucking account every time she makes one.
create their own destiny. In the 1960s, countries such as Egypt, Indonesia, India, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo would form the Non-Aligned Movement, an anti-colonial movement of states that worked to maintain autonomy and remain neutral in the growing Cold War. This, however, was still untenable to the CIA and their elite benefactors, as nationalists believed equally in the dreaded land reform that we mentioned earlier. Therefore, a cycle began to form that would repeat again and again across the globe, as we'll see in this series, where nationalist leaders would be pushed by the CIA to embrace Marxism due to harsh and often violent opposition from the West. These states would be forced to gain support from communist states such as the Soviet Union and China to complete their revolution. So, in turn, most of the CIA's activities throughout the Cold War.
Dude, Madam Mitzvah said, Corey, certain people are so touched by the EBE interview that they are connected to EBE's spirit at all times, and you're on that frequency, dude. I think the children EBE brought with him is critical. You don't feel you belong to your family. How do you know you are? How do you know you're you? Maybe you're part alien. Bro, I've been saying from day one, I be an alien or the milkman's son, okay? I think that would be fucking hilarious. And I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. No, I don't think that I'm not vibrating as high as fucking EBE. I would love to, man. But, dude, Can you imagine what if I got EBE on the show? Next interview on the Cat Dad show is EBE. I feel like there's a non-zero chance or non-zero percentage that I could get EBE on the show. Like, come on, EBE. You did the military interview. Do an interview with a civilian. It's fair. What was that thing called back before they made like fake news legal? Didn't they used to have to the fair doctrine or whatever, where if you do one side of a story, you're supposed to tell the other side of the story instead of how they do it now, where they just tell the business extremist side of every story to try and make us all crazy and business extremists. But what is that called? I forget. I feel like it is the fair something doctrine or whatever. But EBE, come on. I will ask you good questions. We will have a good conversation. I will not question you. I will not say stupid shit. I want to dream with you, buddy. I want to know more. I don't want to doubt you. I mean, I'm not going to doubt you. I just want to listen. I just want to talk. I want to explore the possibilities of the universe, man. I want to hear how we all individually grow, what we need to do. Like, I know that we need to, like, focus on living the way that everyone used to, but what do you mean in that sense? Is that, like, just being mindful, speaking nice to all the things that surround you, doing your meditation? Meditation is a must. Dude, I can't stop listening to that Kendrick song, the number 3 on the green one that like is all the weird dates. Dude, ever since I've started meditating and stuff, tons of other things, like, I feel like I've been missing out on catching so much shit. Definitely a lot of shit that Kendrick talks about. Holy fuck, I didn't realize how much he talks about this stuff. It's cool, man. I feel like I've been missing out on shit. He's like, what does he say? He only answers to Metatron and Gabriel.
Not directly aimed at the Soviet Union or undermining the activities of communist China. They were aimed at manipulating global circumstances.
This is the song I can't stop. Kendrick, come on. Is this one's definitely gonna get claimed, but it's fine. I can just hit mute on the YouTube thing. This one.
What did the Asians say? A peace of mind. That's what the Asians said. I needed divine intervention was his religion, and I was surprised. Him believing in Buddha.
This song is looping in my fucking head all day now.
Meditation is a must. It don't hurt if you try. See, you thinking too much. Plus, you too full of yourself. Worried about your career. Never think of your health. What did the Indians say? A piece of land. That's what the
meditation is a must. You're thinking too much, right? That's the problem. All right, let's keep going.
Western capital remained in...
Oh, and that was this song, this Kendrick song, 3 on Untitled Unmastered. Taking my time, meditation is a must. It don't hurt if you try. You see, you thinking too much. Plus, you too full of yourself. Yeah. Worried about your career. You ever think of your health? Yeah.
In firm control of the global South's wealth. This is a bit of a spoiler to the end of the Cold War here, but they largely succeeded in this goal, as we will see throughout this series. The main battlefields of the Cold War were not Berlin or Moscow, they were in the global South, and this would be a dirty war full of trickery, crime, and injustice. So with all that laid out, let's discuss
Nazi trickery. Look at this Nazi right here. Dude, he looks so German, it's crazy, right? It's nutty how German he looks.
The creation of the CIA and the passing of one of the most significant pieces of legislation in American history, the National Security Act of 1947. After Truman ordered the dropping of the nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, Japan agreed to unconditional surrender, and the world's 6-year-long nightmare was over. Only 2 weeks after the war's end, President Harry Truman ordered the OSS, the US's wartime spy agency, to largely disband, leaving only a few agents in key European locations. Dulles, Donovan, Angleton, and all the other OSS boys went back to their now seemingly boring desk jobs in the upper crust of American society. Colonel William Donovan's days as the leader of American intelligence were over, and this mostly marks his departure from our series. Although, as we will see, Donovan remained intimately connected to the future CIA through his help in creating shell companies to help funnel illegal funds to Gladio forces across Europe. As I mentioned in previous parts, CIA agents rarely retire from their intelligence roles. They simply shift into other useful business. For Wild Bill, this was the case, but for now, we say goodbye to this character. His influence in helping save Nazis from Nuremberg will be remembered. Between the dissolution of the OSS in 1945 and the creation of the CIA in 1947, there was a transition period. President Truman was very reluctant to create a peacetime intelligence agency, due in part to his liberal leanings. Truman feared that creating an operating agency that had unlimited power to conduct illegal operations across the globe was potentially dangerous to American and global democracy. However, pressure for the creation of a new spy agency came to him from all ends of the security state. Firstly, the FBI proposed their bid to undertake the new spying functions of the US government abroad. Under their authoritarian director J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI had formed a strong domestic intelligence network in the United States, spying on leftists and subverting political action on
dude, like all of them, this is another self-hating person. This is a gay, part black man. In my opinion. Dude, that's why these people fucking are so brutal. It's because they hate themselves. Like, he went after Martin Luther King, in my opinion, so that he could... he can say, I'm not a black man, see? I fucking hate black people. Look at this black guy. This black guy trying to do unity in America. He's like, that'll never work. Like, J. Edgar Hoover is like a Clarence Thomas type person, where he says he knows what's going on, he understands it, and he just says, I'm going to do whatever gets me the most. That's all he cares about. He's not cool with the racist, like, he knows that America's racist, so he's saying, I'm going to use that racism to make them pick me as their favorite black guy who does whatever they want so that they will buy my mother's house. Like, that's what these insecure men who have fathers who don't love them, this is how they always behave. It's so pathetic and sad and lonely and predictable. Like, that is why I know what I know, is because y'all are the fucking same, and y'all are truly programmed to act like children. So that's why I feel like I know all these people. It's because they're all the fucking same, man. And they're all deep down mostly sad and scared. They're scared. He's scared of getting caught, right? He's scared of people finding out that he fucking has like a trunk full of dresses and, because he doesn't love himself. He's not going to be like, I'm the fucking FBI director. I could literally stand out here and, yeah, I might get made fun of for a week, but I could change the world for every like, I don't know what his deal was, if he was trans or gay or what, but it sounds like he liked to play dress up, and I'm just saying, if people found out about the shit that he did, even now, like, I feel like it's something that he doesn't want people to know, right? So instead, he could have just been like, hey, I'm proud. I proudly have a fucking trunk full of dresses. And if you don't like that, I'm the fucking FBI director. And so just raise your hand and let me know that you have a problem with that. Truly. He could have done something badass like that. Or he could have been like, oh, hey, surprise, guys. Yeah, everyone can hate black people. But guess what? I'm the fucking FBI director, and I'm a quarter black. You're like, do you see it now? You dummies. Y'all let a quarter black man become the FBI director. He could have done that, dude. He would have been a legend. Legend. That's what I don't get about these people is like they think about getting their like $5,000 donation from the shitty fucking banana company that they're like doing blood magic for. But if they think about it and flip it for a second and think about if I told the American people about what is happening right now, I would be a fucking legend. They don't think about that. Dude, we would knight these people. Anyone. Dude, that guy who's whistleblowing. Yeah, we should watch that.
American
the
soil.
guy who's whistleblowing that everyone's saying is going to wind up dead, and he better fucking not. But that guy who's whistleblowing, look, most people have only seen a video of him this morning, and he is a legend to them. Like, we fucking honor, like, Max Azzarello, Aaron Bushnell. These are our heroes. Like, I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Those people are, like, they're heroes in my eyes. Like, what they did is they tried to fucking bring attention to something that nothing else is bringing attention to it, you know? And even then, still, people don't fucking care, and the media just skirts past it. But, I mean, it's not like their effort are not in vain. It's just part of the effort. Like, it's all part of our effort, right? But you would think that one of those would be enough. I wish, man. That's what I would like. That's what I would have guessed. But no. People are just like desensitized to it.
Allegedly, Hoover, forever cunning, actively sabotaged the creation of a civilian intelligence agency by doctoring a report that was delivered to Harry Truman outlining the OSS's activities during the war as largely ineffective. Of course, he wasn't wrong, but he was clearly just trying to persuade the president to give him ultimate control of the agency.
And then people also too like think about like people are like, oh, there's no way J. Edgar Hoover was a quarter black. Oh, how would that work? What? No way. Like, dude, this is how all these people are controlled, right? They all have a giant fucking secret. And they use that secret to control people. So I'm sure J. Edgar Hoover was also still answering to someone, and just like, you know, like Justin Castro, you know? Everyone knows that, or, you know, the people who actually run shit know that the Canadian Prime Minister is the son of Fidel Castro. But if that got out and known, that would be the end of him. Unless he had any balls ever, and he was like, got out in front of it and was like, yo, hey guys, just so you know, Cuba is not doing anything weird. They're totally fine, and honestly, it's so fucking admirable that they have not fucking collapsed yet due to every effort of the American government for blockading them for the last 100 years. And he's like, hey, I just want to announce that we're opening up relations with Cuba, and we don't give a fuck what America says. And also, if you've got a problem with it, my dad is literally Fidel Castro. Oh my God, dude. I would literally gluck Justin Castro if he said something like that, but he would never. Dude, they would be heroes. The world would adore them. They don't give a fuck. They just care about money and getting handled forever. They're too stupid to realize they're getting handled. Or honestly, dude, they're mostly scared. They're all scared little bitches. Sorry. I keep trying to stop using that word, and then it just rolls off so fast.
This isn't exactly a noble move on his part. J. Edgar Hoover will continue to have a mixed relationship with the future CIA, as we will explore in the next parts when we uncover the shadowy blackmail network that
a secret like Hannah Montana
tied both agencies together. But that's for another day. The Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon also argued that they should become the sole proprietor of American intelligence, as they already had an international foothold and were already conducting global espionage under their military intelligence branch at the Pentagon, an organization that will continue to rub shoulders with the CIA throughout its history. Ultimately, the former OSS men won this arms race for the future of American intelligence. After several meetings with former OSS agents, on January 24th, 1946, Truman reluctantly created the Central Intelligence Group under the War Department, a very short-lived agency with minor authority to conduct international activities. Apparently, Truman created the CIG to simply provide him with a daily intelligence brief. Little did he know that he had opened the door for the development of the future CIA and all its ensuing operations. The Central Intelligence Group attempted to leverage its limited powers to
He's talking about the Central Idiot Association is what he's talking about.
act against global...
Just in case you got... Yeah. He uses a different terminology.
Communism, but largely failed to make any real impacts. Their first operation took place in Romania, where they attempted to mobilize an irrelevant right-wing party known as the National Peasant Party to resist the Soviet Union and create a Western-aligned state in Romania. The OSS had created a small network of anti-communist allies in Romania during the war, due to the efforts of Wild Bill Donovan and another important figure of the early CIA, Frank Wisner. Wisner, or just Wiz for short, was the charming son of a rich Mississippi landowner in the Jim Crow South. He came from an incredibly privileged background, as did many of his other colleagues, but he allegedly didn't even dress himself as a child. Instead, he would just lay on the bed and let a servant dress him for him. Wisner attended a prestigious private school and went to the University of Virginia, where he was a part of the mysterious Secret Society of Seven. This society remains so secret that the names of its members are only revealed upon their death. Secret societies will play a crucial role in future CIA operations, as shadowy forums for backroom deals and liaisons between organized crime and legitimate figures of the security state. Wiz graduated from college with a law degree, and like so many other future CIA agents, joined a white-collar law firm on Wall Street. Wisner was the OSS station chief in Romania during the war, where he helped organize a small community of German fascists into an anti-communist stay-behind force to fight the future Soviet invasion. Wisner's stay-behind organization...
Hey, I had a question. Does anyone... I keep, like, reading, in Thoth stuff and different meditation stuff. It always talks about fasting. Like, that if you want to get your most vibrational shit going, that you're supposed to fast. Is that talking about, like, a long time? Or, like, are they talking about, like, fasting for the day? Like how you do during Ramadan, where you just fast during the daylight? What does it mean? Like, is it saying... It's not just saying, like, don't eat, right?
in Romania foreshadowed the future Operation Gladio that would place fascist paramilitary cells across Western Europe to fight communists. Despite his best efforts to combat Romanian communists, Wisner's networks were completely wasted by the Central Intelligence Group, as once they were activated in Soviet-occupied territory, they were quickly rounded up by Russian intelligence agents and sent to the gulags. To add to the failure, the CIG's misstep led to a quicker official integration of Romania into the Soviet Union by Stalin, fearing more subversive activity in the territory.
I bet that Frank Wisner's kid is someone we know.
The Central Intelligence Group did provide one important lesson to the future CIA. There existed a massive gap in intelligence experience and capabilities between the Americans and the Soviets at this time, especially given Stalin's repressive and omnipresent reach throughout the USSR. The Soviet Union had been running their secret agency Cheka, the predecessor of the KGB, since 1917, and had become masters at counterintelligence, comparatively to the relatively new American intelligence apparatus that had only been in effect since 1941. Throughout the Cold War, American covert operations behind the Iron Curtain would be mostly futile, which led the agency to fighting the advance of communism on other fronts around the world instead. Under the CIG's second director, Air Marshal Hoyt Vandenberg, the agency would be reformed into the CIA of today, but not without the help of the venerable Allen Dulles. While the CIG failed to...
Dude, how has no one else really put together that the CIA is literally just all a bunch of fucking Nazis?
Subvert the Soviet Union in Europe, our old pal Allen Dulles was working hard at his former law firm Sullivan & Cromwell on Wall Street. Although on paper,
I still can't believe John Hankey's a fucking Nazi.
Allen Dulles was working as a lawyer during this period. He did,
in my opinion, allegedly. I don't know. It seems like he defends them all the time. I don't know who else would fucking defend Nazis.
With his former OSS colleague.
Fasting, doing your work, then having a feast is a baller way to do it. Dude, that's how I always rock, and that's how I've always rocked. First off, if I could lose eating just for the fucking annoyance of it, you know, I would. So, like, I've been doing this forever. I basically just eat one meal a day. I eat one meal at the end of the day. Like, so wait, am I already doing it? Let's go, bro. On a long term, a month-long, highly restrictive fast with meditation can take you there, like there. Okay. I basically only eat when the... Yeah, I think Majora and me are on the same vibe. I feel like mostly I've done it just because I've always just been like, you know, school and then fucking working full-time, you know? Just like everyone. Or having 2 full-time jobs, like... But also, like... Dude, yeah, and so it's crazy, like, so I would go from... I went from eating one meal at the end of the day that was usually a frozen food thing to eating one meal at the end of the day that is a piece of chicken or pork and rice or couscous and vegetables. And I've lost like fucking 90 pounds, bro. And dude, I really do think that, like, it was instantly the second that I was like, I'm never thinking about my weight ever again. I don't care. I'm never thinking about it. I'm not wasting another thought on this fucking bullshit. I like decided that like 2 years ago or something. And then like instantly, something that has plagued me my whole life that I've literally been like a Westworld AI robot in a loop thinking about my fucking weight and like thinking about like making sure that I don't look stupid or whatever, you know, like I feel like I was like a fucking Westworld looping thoughts and never thinking about anything actually, you know? So, and the second that I was like, I'm never fucking wasting a second on this, that's when I started losing weight. So I think that there really is something about like, and also too, like, I feel like I have a really, like you know, like, I feel like we all have like more of a purpose here now. Like we're figuring out like, I've always been like, something is wrong here. What is wrong here? They say that they're gonna do one thing and then they do another, like, and they put it on us. So for so long, I believed that it was my fault, which is what they want, you know, but yeah. Breaking away from the expectations of others we're trying to live up to as far as fitting in goes. It's BS we're conditioned to believe and feel and internalize. Yeah, dude. But yeah, also I feel like I have more of like I feel like I have something to wake up every morning and like really fight for, you know? I think that that kicks you in the ass and like, I don't know. I really do think that like people have the power to stay here for as long as they want. Like when people die, it's kind of, not always, but like a lot of times people die when they're like give up, you know? Like, I'm not saying all the time. I'm just saying like, that's like a trend, it feels. Especially like when you're older and stuff. Like if people are fucking grinding and they got a garden and they got grandkids and they're like active, it's the active people that are old that, you know, live longer. And I think it's because they have they have a reason to freaking get up. Like I think most of our ailments are really the way that we live. Like I think so much of the mental illnesses and stuff are just honest, rational reactions to a horrifying, scary world, dude. Like, dude, when we like write this in the history books and stuff, we're gonna take a step back and realize finally that like the way we live is violence, dude. Like working this much and not seeing your kids this much and like literally being fearful all the time that like there's going to be a terrorist attack. This is violence, you know? It's to keep us all scared, so we'll keep just getting fucked. And we'll keep accepting that our rent is getting higher, even though we are making less money than we were last year. So I guess we're just not going to eat this week, you know, like, what else can you do? Everyone's down to food and their rent, so pretty soon you're going to have to lose the food or the rent. You pick.
To plot the course of the future CIA. He and Wild Bill Donovan created a work plan for the future agency in the years of 1946 and 1947. He was also elected as the president of the Council of Foreign Relations in 1945, a powerful think tank of former army men, business leaders, and politicians that worked to preserve American supremacy across the globe. Dulles.
And dude, yes, I love Fresh Young Coconut. Dude, she's the best. I'll pull up a couple of her videos so we can watch some. I've been like trying to friend her up, and I tried to get her to like watch my when I did the Ryan Garcia videos. Yeah, I love her. I'll pull her up.
Did not retire from spycraft after the war. He was simply on a hiatus. These efforts to remain intimately connected to the post-war security state paid off massively when in 1947, Dulles was called forward by the Senate Armed Services Committee to lay out the architecture of the future CIA. The outline he devised was largely based on Wild Bill Donovan's dreams.
Is this Bellamy salute just the Nazi salute that at the same time that they were trying to get us to do during the Pledge of Allegiance? That's the Nazi salute. Dude, what have we been saying, boys? America is the Fourth Reich. And when is this? When did it start? In 1892? Wait, we were doing the Nazi salute in 1892? This is what we used to do for this pledge? That sounds right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, no. Yikes, boys. Is this at a baseball game? Oh, no, it's at a Army? It's at Army, never mind. Okay, well, yikes. Hold on, we'll watch that after this.
A highly funded, top-secret, unaccountable agency that could operate globally without any limitations. The report was presented to Truman in 1947, and after years of constant lobbying...
Like, what? Without limitations? No. What are you talking about, you stupid ass? This is a grown-up adult government. What?
Being by the FBI, the Pentagon, and former OSS agents, he finally agreed to the proposal. Coincidentally, or maybe not so coincidentally, 1947 was also the year that Truman declared his famous Truman Doctrine, where he officially positioned the United States as an overt enemy of communism across the globe. He stated to Congress in March 1947, while requesting military aid to anti-communist forces in Greece, quote, "I believe that it must be the policy of the United States to support free people who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressure." And with the utterance of these words, the Cold War had begun. Truman's words about freedom and fighting for the oppressed sounded really nice on the surface, but as we will see in the next part of this series, these words would manifest themselves immediately in...
And dude, this next period is like the period that the TV show The Fucking Americans takes place. Oh my god, I get so nostalgic for the Americans period. I like I wish that I was like part of the Americans universe. If I was Philip, or if I was Stan, I wouldn't be Stan, but if I lived next door to Philip and we became best friends, we obviously would, because I would instantly realize that something is afoot. Something is aloof with this guy. I got to get to know him. And then within like, dude, I sure as fuck it wouldn't take me 10 years to figure it out, like Stan. Definitely. But dude, I fantasize about being part of the Americans world. Like, I don't know why. I love that show so much. I love that universe. I love Carrie Russell. Even though she's probably a Nancy, let's be real, everyone is. You don't see anyone who isn't a Nancy. But I love Matthew Rhys. Oh my God. Philip is such a good, complicated character. Elizabeth is a very good, complicated character. And she is... And they flip the masculine and feminine roles, I feel like, with them. And it's great. Like, Philip is more of like the nurturer. And he wants to get out because he realizes that what he's doing is wrong. Because feds, it fucking is wrong. What you do is truly criminal. It's gangsterish. It's disgusting. You should tell your kids, truly. Tell your fucking kids what you do, dude. Ooh, does someone have like one of those? I feel like there's a lost art of people making like love compilations about TV characters and shit. I feel like the lost days with like Desmond would have like these fucking slow-mo Desmond videos and stuff. Like, does Philip have any? Dude, this show is so good.
You're feeling sick?
Oh, wait. No, this is the finale. I thought this was the garage scene in the first episode. Dude, it's so good. Their relationship between Elizabeth and Philip, their relationship is so good. It's like, because they're kind of like in a arranged marriage, They're like selected by the agency to be partners, which means that they also are, their cover is that they're married. So they're married, and she's like very nationalist, will do anything for the state, and Philip keeps seeing like I feel like I'm kind of like Philip, where I've worked in like different parts of the world in like sports arenas, like up with the really, really fucking upper class, like rich elite motherfuckers, like the Barry Alvarez's and stuff. Like, I've like catered at his house and shit multiple times, and like been like chewed out by his wife and like people, like shit like that. And like, I know these fucking worlds too. So anyway, I don't know. I was just saying, like, I see how they manipulate us and use our fucking, like, use words and our beliefs and our like good and honest, like, well-meaning things. They use that shit against us to manipulate us, to get us to do shit for them. Like, they manipulate Elizabeth to get her to do shit without questioning it, when, it's like the KGB, they end up at the end, ousting one of their fucking presidents. So, and they just lie to her and they don't tell her that part, so it's like at the end of the day, we're all just fucking raw dog meat to them. And I want everyone to fucking see that and stop, like, just accepting this patriotism bullshit that we're supposed to, like, unquestioningly, unflinchingly, like, bow down to. And, like, the fucking thank you for your service shit, like, no. I don't know. It's a really good story, though. And I love all the costumes, too. They do such a good job, too, of making different characters with each costume. Okay,
the support of fascist paramilitaries and a deeply unpopular monarchist government in post-war Greece. Truman could not simply create the Central Intelligence Agency out of thin air, though. He needed congressional approval. So in June 1947, a congressional committee was convened and Allen Dulles was brought into D.C. to present the proposal. At this point, with the rise of the Red Scare and the encroachment of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, the U.S. government was looking for any way to subvert the spread of socialism across the globe. So in 1947, 1947, Truman signed the grotesque National Security Act, which I consider to be up there with the Patriot Act as one of the most devastating pieces of legislation for American civil liberties. The National Security Act of 1947 created firstly the National Security Council, a new direct line between the White House and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, essentially further blurring the lines between the political arena and the military, but also adding an extra layer of fog between military decision-making. Furthermore, it also created the Secretary of Defense position, which unified all military branches under one civilian leader. The act also created the U.S. Air Force, which had previously been under the Army, with good old General Vandenberg, the leader of the Central Intelligence Group, as its new leader. And finally, the National Security Act included the creation of the Central Intelligence Agency, an independent civilian intelligence agency with an operating budget, a staff, and a global reach.
And on top of that, then they made themselves their own black budget, which is basically what they run on now. And they said, H.W. Bush, George Scherf, he said, I know how we could raise a ton of money. He's like, I've been trying this new shit. He's like, it's called fucking smack. He's like, this shit fucking rocks. And we could put this in, I don't know, neighborhoods that we don't give a shit about. And like, this drug is like so dope that basically we could get everyone hooked on it, because we'll make their lives miserable and then be like, hey, here's free smack. And then we'll get them hooked on it, and then they'll start doing shit for it, you know. And we could do that to black people. He's like, I hate black people. I'm a Nazi. So we could do that to black people in black neighborhoods. And the CIA was like, boy, you are a literal spy boy genius. You are unlike Philip Jennings in that you don't question your reality, and instead you say, yes, daddy, I will go above and beyond what you expect me to steal from the American people. I will do way worse than you can ever dream. And they say, you are like the best little Dr. Evil ever. Good job, buddy. We love you. Well, we don't really. We fucking hate you because we don't know how to show love. So we're going to sodomize you to death. But I don't know. Good job. I mean, you did a good job, but we're still going to sodomize you to death. And that's what Prescott Bush said to his son, George H.W. Bush, before he...
And, just like that, with the signing of...
Dude, we gotta bring back the arched microphone toppers. Come on. What are we doing here?
One act, President Truman created one of the most influential and damaging organizations in the modern world. The CIA would be able to conduct illegal regime change operations, political assassinations, coups, and all sorts of other immoral acts due to 11 words in the national security.
And they are still doing it. As much as far as recently as yesterday or 2 days ago. When was the Bolivia one? They did it 2 days ago, bro. And then they did it a month ago in fucking DRC with a Mormon kid. Is the dictator's son also a Mormon? Is he like a expat of DRC that lives in Utah? Because it felt like they were saying that Tyler Thompson is friends with the kid that is the son of the DRC. You know, they're trying to install a militia dictator, the CIA is, in the DRC. And that dude's kid lived in Utah with Tyler Thompson, I think. Like, they're friends, or like roommates or something. I don't know.
Act.
And then they both tried to coup the DRC for his dad with like 17 local militiamen.
Nowhere does the act prescribe the outright authority to conduct any of these operations, but it does include 11 innocuous words that would define the CIA's mandate until the present day. The act firstly allows the CIA to correlate, evaluate, and disseminate intelligence, which is all very standard intelligence work. But it's what comes next that is very problematic. On top of those functions, the National Security Act allows the CIA to perform, quote, other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting national security. These 11 words that do not define anything in particular would form the legal basis for all the activities we will be covering in this series. All the illegal coups, assassinations, drug smuggling, blackmail, and extortion would be covered by this vague and unassuming.
I'm never gonna forget Blair's. Did you know the CIA stands for "come in my ass"?
Passage. And all this illegal activity started in Greece in 1947, where a brutal civil war was unfolding.
Hey, that's one of Thoth did that.
Between communists and monarchists. And this is where the CIA operated for the first time. And we will cover this in the next part of this series. And that's all I've got for today, folks. So thank you so much for watching it the full way through. If you made it this far and you enjoyed the content, please give me a thumbs up.
Eyes wide open. We fucking love him. He's the brother from another mother. We're waiting on his Rocket City series or movie. I can't tell what it is, but that was History of the CIA, the Real Cold War, and the Creation of the CIA, Part 4. Let's just look at real quick what... Wait, this says I'm not... Oh, wait, this is my personal. Never mind. I just want to see what the next part is. Okay, the next part is the history of the CIA, Italy, 1948, and how to steal an election. Dude, and Otto Skorzeny, I bet, is part of that fucking Italy thing, because he did like a rescue there. Or wait, no, was that during the war? Never mind. And then after that is the Red Scare, blackmail, and the Blue Suite. I don't know what that is, actually. And then after that is History of the CIA, France's secret armies, and the Pan-Europa Project, OSS Detachment 202, Secret Cold Warriors, then Operation Paperclip, and Trouble in the Golden Triangle. I can't wait for that episode, and it's a fucking hour long. Holy crap. Alright, let's just take a quick look, little retrospective back. Well, what is this? Yeah, this is when Nazis tried to trace Aryan race myth in Tibet. But, I mean, they're just tracing human myth, you know? And they're just gonna go, oh, well, those white people are the best. White people. I'm gonna save this for later. For Papi Julo. This is... Okay, let's watch Majora's video real quick. God damn it, it's muted.
You get a little bit of my glob, dude. That's my glob, Jack. I got my glob of ice cream, Jack. I'm ready to lead with my glob. You get a little bit of my glob, dude. I'm gonna throw my glob.
Did he say glob? What was glob supposed to mean?
Glob out into the sea. And then the first person to catch my glob will get to be the president, Jack.
Like, dude, it feels like elder abuse. Truly. For both of them. They both didn't look like they even want to be there. They don't want to fucking... Neither of them wants to be president. It's elder abuse. Truly.
He's very stupid. He thinks he's gonna throw his glob. He's gonna throw his glob out into the sea, people. He said he's gonna throw it into the sea. But when he throws the glob into the sea, it's not too much. It's just a little silly. It's not quite good enough. Hey, that's my glob. That's the glob that I got. What are you talking about, Fat? You want to do a push-up contest right now, Fat? A push-up contest. I would be amazing at a push-up contest. I would be the best at the push-up contest. My push-up, my muscles, my pecs, they are huge. They're enormous. They're bigger than anyone will ever know.
Hold on, I just gotta look real quick.
21.
I
Let's
just
not
need
act
to
like
see
children. I just won
what it
2
heard,
club championships.
or what it sounded like just for a moment. 1 second. Dude, like, I don't know. Like, I'm not a crazy, kooky, weirdo conspiracy theorist. Dude, I'm not fucking... I wouldn't guarantee, or I wouldn't bet my life that we have had the same Biden this whole time. This looks like a different person than we used to have. Right? Dude, is this really Joe? Is this really Joseph Dash?
Not even senior. 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
But by the way,
is it called a golf match?
I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag.
The fuck did he say? If you carry your own bag? Oh, okay, that's all right, I guess. But he said it like the weakest man, the weakest, oldest man in history.
You can do it.
He literally...
He can't hit a ball 50.
He's a empty bag, he sounds like. He's like...
50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
Dude. He's frail, dude. Holy fuck.
Eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with
dude, he is MK Ultra.
Dealing with...
I mean, they all are. They're all selected. It's like not a fucking... There's no democracy, bro.
Everything we have to do with... Look...
Dude, this hurts to watch.
If we finally beat Medicare...
The squeaking before any sound actually comes out, the... It's like his soul's trying to finally die. He's like, please let me die.
He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with him.
He's a Manchurian candidate. That's so fire.
Something.
The only person at this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
Bro, what is this man saying? Can he get any volume, please, to his voice? Can we boost the AI clone of Biden?
And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true.
But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon.
Well, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker.
I don't think that this man has a son who... what was his name? Beau Biden? This man does not have a son who was named Beau Biden that died. What the fuck? He's like, and you're freaking not gonna... I'm gonna freaking show you, rascal. My son he didn't die for no reason, you little rat. That's Biden.
You're the loser.
You're the freaking tater tot.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a...
What the fuck, dude?
Weak one. He's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb.
Yeah, his first wife was a sacrifice, dude. And his kid. His son was, too.
The 9th month and kill the baby.
Dude, I totally believe that shit at this point. It's like all these people do have... Like, John Benet Ramsey. All these people always have, like, their first kid die. And it looks like they're all fucking Nazis, so, like... I don't know. Dude, just statistics be saying something weird is happening. You know what I mean?
It's simply not true.
I said if that's you go get one you gotta get, yeah. Throw him out in the cold, don't give him his jacket. don't give him his jacket. Throw him in the cold. Throw him in the cold right now. Just don't give him his jacket. He's gonna stay outside on the street. It's very, very poignant.
Whoops.
And the street, they are stealing everything from us. These people that are coming from the border, they are going to take everything from me, and then they're going to take everything. They're going to take black jobs. Black jobs, people. They're going to take black jobs. I did the economy. I did it. I put it together, and you know, Jack, if you want to see what kind of economy I got, you can just look in my back pocket, maybe the front pocket. I am greater than anyone would ever want to believe, and I am the perfect choice for America. There is only one choice. That's a lie, Jack. That's a lie if I've ever heard one. We're American people. You know,
Oh yeah, dude. Like, that's what I mean with, like, the shit that Allie says. Like, dude, these people are. I can see it now. I see past the facade now. You know what I mean? Like, and like, dude, even down to the fucking stuff that they say is like fringe crazy shit. Like, these motherfuckers do be having tunnels everywhere. There's Diddy has a tunnel to the Playboy Mansion. Like, the Getty Museum, or all the rich people have tunnels to the fucking Getty Museum. Why? Maybe because they're doing late night blood sacrifices there. What the fuck else would you do late at night at a museum with a bunch of adult ass bitches? Like, a bunch of kids doing night at the museum? Yes. A bunch of adults doing secret tunnel night at the museum? Instantly. It's involving blood sacrifice and children. Dude. Yeah, dude, I'm finally fucking... Yeah, alright, let's do the retrospective. Let's start the retrospective. Okay, so yeah, we've been let out of the cage a teeny tiny little bit, although they've been putting the kibosh down on our fucking videos. Ooh, we should watch... Alright, let's just watch Base Forge for a second and see what he's got to say.
The Freemasons. To understand the function, we have to know how space and time works. So, first dimension, point. The second dimension appears to be a line, like this, but it is a square when we rotate it. The third dimension, where you exist, has height, width, and depth. The fourth dimension is how we experience the third, and it is a additional cube connected to our original three-dimensional cube.
Okay. Okay, so right now I've got freaking 7K. I'm getting... Dude, let's look at my fucking... This is so funny. Or wait, analytics. You want to see how I know that they fucking literally throttle the amount of people that can watch me? And dude, do you guys remember what I was so proud of before? Do you see what they do? And it doesn't matter because all we do is win here no matter what. But do you see how they've 100% flipped my gender ratio to try and get people to not like me? Like, it was I was so proud of the fact that I had a 66. It would go between 66 and like 68% women and 30% men. Like, I was so proud of that. And they flipped it on me, you know, because this is what they do. This is what they do, especially to women, dude. They'll fucking just give you an all-male audience, and then every single comment is just people being awful. But yeah, look at that. Up until... What's today? Up until the 18th, I had been limited to like 50 followers a day, maybe, but I think it's 40. I could get 40 followers a day, that's it. And now they've opened it up a little bit, but it's not that much better. It's still not. I still don't think that it's reality. But hey, we're getting close. We're gonna get back to having fucking playlists, and then they're gonna delete my account again. But hey, whatever, man. What am I? All I'm gonna do is just keep fucking posting. I don't give a shit. 6,979, dude. Let's go. I had a bunch of. What did I see? I saw like. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they would just play fair, man, we would be. I believe, Dante, that if they played fair, we would have the Nitwitch army would be 1 million. Like, dude, the first video that we do talking about Palestine, we get like 1 million views on it, and then after that, I've never gotten that high again. I mean. Is it me or did I get shut off? Did the valve get shut off? But I want to go look at a couple of the the first streams. And just see. Oh, and dudes, have you guys seen? I like doing the vertical OBS shit now. I love, dude, that is like, I love that format. And then I perfected it just real quick by then blowing up the top part next to it for YouTube. I love this format. Watch out, because all of the Zionists and all of the Liby's are going to steal this style very soon. But the FBI is just going to get real nutty with it. What other things are they doing that they're going to blame on terror, and then they're going to have to attack the Los Angeles Aqueduct or the Hudson River or something? Like, I don't know. Move of the Nancys over to. So yeah, if you're ever on your phone and you're like, I don't want to watch a 17-minute video on my stupid phone, but I wish this was on YouTube and bigger. Just letting you know. Okay, let's look at some of the early streams real quick. We're not going to spend too much time on this. Oh wait, someone made a playlist. Yeah. Who made this? Large Boy Nuggets? Yeah. You made a playlist of your older long form videos as like an intro to your style. Still need to organize and add some more. Dude, thanks. Hi Nitwitches, it's me, Cat Dad, or the Knitted. Oh my god, I feel like I'm so timid even still here. Anus. Hey, do you guys remember watching that show that we're never gonna watch again called, I forget what it's called, this one? Do you remember when 11 was in that secret lab where they were trying to get her to like lift things with her brain and like do telepathy and stuff? It's still, but you know, it's still the same building blocks, right? What if I told you that the American government actually spent about 40 years trying to do this, and they said that they stopped it, but what if they didn't? I don't know. All right, dudes, let's talk about. Dude, hell yeah. I'm still happy with this. Monkey Ultron, right? Okay, so they're never gonna want anything from us. So, dude, I was so terrified about posting all these videos. Induce mass psychosis on everyone. But no, this is about the stream. We'll just traumatize them, and then we'll control them. But yeah, dude, I love doing the long form videos too. That's why I've been trying to grind out some of them during the day, especially with the reading stuff, like the Akasha stuff. Oh man, I love. Once we're done here, I think I'm gonna try and read that chapter 3 of that Akasha thing, like I've been trying to do. Cat Dad show, dude.
Okay, so honestly, I wasn't even going to make this video, but after many comments and requests and looking more into it, so there's a little conspiracy going around that John Podesta is Chester Bennington's father. Now, do they?
What up, what up, what up, my boys? It's time. It's time for the stream.
This isn't the
Let's try and
one, is
see
it?
what happens.
It must be.
Let's do a little stream and see if anything happens. What up, dudes? Hey, we're going on Twitch right now. Keep us from being friends. Like, what? Get a freaking life, you stupid Zionists. Dude, I'm saying I feel like we got the look of the show. Fucking, I love it now. Dante's lights that he sent me, bright, shirtless. I got my chaleco moral. Or wait, what is vest? Chaleco? Yeah, my chaleco moral. And then in the winter, we've got the red hoodie. Those are my uniforms. The purple, loving it. The bright colors, the left side with the thing. Dude, we're going straight to the fucking moon. We're going to break these stupid algorithms soon enough, boys. Don't you even fret. You're weird. You're a bunch of weird Zionists, okay? So, anyway, let's watch a little bit of this.
They told interrogators they were working for Urban Moving, a shipping and storage firm run by an
Dude, ain't shit changed. We have not stopped talking about these 5 dancing Israelis since.
Israeli businessman who often employed Israeli students without work permits. The men say there was an innocent explanation for what was found in the van and their behavior on 9/11. They were
Who did? The FBI? They're like, for some reason, the FBI kept offering up a bunch of fucking excuses for these domestic terrorists.
They say simply on a working holiday.
We heard in the news that one of the plane was crashing down the building, and we thought it was an accident at the beginning.
We heard from our superior officers that the buildings would fall down.
So we went up to the roof of Urban Moving, and we saw the building burning.
There's a better view from a building in...
I've been like thinking who these guys probably were. And they must be the dudes who installed the like thermite shit, right? Why else would they be just watching it, you know? Waiting for it. It feels like a crew that just put the fucking charges in and then was like, let's go watch it, boys. You know what I mean? Or was their like, I think they said that their job was to film it. Like they were told to film it.
In Jersey, that is up a hill, a straight line to the World Trade Center. We decided to go up there. It's like 2-3 minutes from the office. Stand over there and take some pictures. Everyone wants a picture like this in his camera.
What up, what up? What up, my boys? It's time. It's time. Shit, let's look at some John Hankey shit and reflect on John Hankey being a national Zionist. Dude, so do you think that he was like shocked when I said that? That national Zionist thing? Because I thought he was like excited that I figured that out or like heard that, you know, sound. But maybe I mistook that and that was like shock. Like what?
We can still hail the Russian
Like
people.
It sucks that Hankey's a fucking
I'm
a Nancy video apologist editor by trade.
All of the doctors in the Dallas.
I'm gonna have to skip soon for TOS. Oh yeah, don't you love when Mossad members are... Dude, anyone who says that we are not consistent, get the fuck out of here. We haven't stopped talking about the same goddamn shit, dude. Daylight, right up by him.
Office in Nixon's White House. So when Dick Gregory started speaking out and putting up posters saying that Hunt was this...
Yeah, they do have these fucking lasers on planes now. Dude, the laser wars is not gonna be good. Like... These guys tell me, because I'm not trying to offend anyone, and obviously I love my trans bros and my sisses. What up, what up, what up, my boys? It's time. It's time for the stream. Let's try and see what happens. Let's do a little stream and see if anything happens. Khalil Day. What up, dudes? Hey, we're going on this. I'll just start playing the Cat Dad Still a Fed. And thing is, this House of Cards was fucking barely hanging on. Barely hanging on before I said anything. Dude, I gotta know the ratio. Like, I know there's some people. Yeah, dude, it's only been 2 months and it feels like it's been a year. I feel like we're celebrating. It's been a fucking year. 2 months. People who got duped by it do feel like a year for sure. Ball going to Bay made them #1. Yeah, for sure. Is Bay the one with the laser that's shooting all the helicopters and planes out of the sky? But they're all just CIA. Yeah. Like, they're all just one corporation at the end of the day. Bay balls. But like, bro, how the fuck? They made that TikTok account in February. That's when I became a problem, apparently. They made a TikTok channel to start a scam. Dude, when we hit episode 100, we're going to go buck on 100, okay? That will be real celebration. Razor to try and entrap me. That's the way I see it anyway. That's the way it feels. That's the way it looks.
Israel to...
I just saw you said, answer the door. If a Fed comes knocking, answer the door with tape on your mouth.
Feel like they could do whatever they wanted.
Dude, we've laughed on stream. We've cried on stream like a little bitch.
Into the conflict. And they violated numerous red lines, as you guys know, both the ethnic cleansing in Gaza, but beyond that.
Remember when John Hankey came on and was like, oh, Max Azzarello, he's a little bitch, kind of. Like a lot of the sex trafficking and stuff. And
oh, man.
The Mormons are a part of it. Like, they're all national Zionists. Tell us that the hippie movement was dead, so we would believe it. Yeah. Why did Chinatown end with defeatism in the face of? Look at this coward, crypto rabbit hole. If you want to see them, you'll have to get my laptop back from the government. No, I'm just kidding. Cry baby. Ask them how they got it. It's a very fun story. Dude, I can't wait until I get Max Azzarello's fucking computer back from the government and I get the story, okay? We're going to get it. Fuck the government. Fuck the CIA. We're gonna fucking ruin them.
180-year scheme.
Someone said... Who said it? Someone said that they felt like there were several times where they thought that they felt like John Hankey was waiting for them to deny the Holocaust. And I haven't seen explicit examples yet other than him texting me like Nazi apologia and like then defriending me. Unfriending me. What the fuck, man? What a douche. At least just fake and like just fake it till you make it and then get in close with me and then manipulate me. You think I'm gonna like fucking listen to you after talking to you like 2 times and texting with you a couple times? Like, dude, I'm waiting for everyone to turn on me at any moment. Like, you're just get in line, bro. This is fucking Tuesday.
How are we going to get Palestine? And there's a Zionist document that I can't verify the authenticity of. I can verify that the guy who it is attributed to was
I really don't get Hankey's fucking angle, though. It's like, he's given me, like, the best... Dude, he honestly... He might just be, like, a dummy old guy who, for some reason, the Nazi thing, like, just pisses him off. I don't know, though, because I feel like he's like, I don't know, he was feeling federal or something. Or maybe he's one of the family, I don't know. Dude, who the fuck knows? So weird. All three options are possible. Could be cranky old guy who misunderstands me. That's totally possible.
The place that it says he was, and he gave a speech.
Professor types definitely hate me too because I make a mockery of everything, apparently. That's what I was always told. I was a little clown, I guess. I couldn't take anything seriously. Yeah, well. Look at us now.
You can corroborate that he was at the Zionist conference, that he gave this speech, that it was on this subject. And I can't believe, the sentence is so astonishing and incriminating that I can't. The Zionists, the Rothschilds have done a good job of burying. And
dude, being serious about being serious is like the lamest type of thing anyone can do. Yeah. Me and EBE, I know for a fact, think that. Being serious like that is, dude, the fastest way to get me to, like, not to disregard anything you ever say is to, like, say shit like that. Or, like, be super serious about being serious. Oh, I'm fucking serious. You know, like, all the time. Nah. We are here to clown.
Any of the what?
And dude, when I read that EBE interview, it like I'm so excited because of that interview. That really gives me hope. I thought that they were evil. I think that they're just like, I hope you guys don't blow the earth up, because if you do, we're gonna have to do the flood to you guys.
Might have been regarded as reliable sources. I tried to contact the library in Jerusalem to.
Yeah, my stubbornness for sense of justice tends to make people real sick of me.
Get them to see if they would give me a copy. In this speech in 1910, the guy says, the Zionist leader says, there's going to be a giant war. And Britain is going to lead that war because by leading and participating in that war, that's going to give them the chance to grab Palestine. And so at the...
Yeah, see, you're back on EBE. Dude, since I've read that interview, I think about it all the time. I think about it constantly. I think it's like one of the first true things that I've ever read, like things that I feel like is like unadulterated. Like I feel like what he's saying is like the truth, and he's saying it with like the way I do when I'm saying things like coyly and like, I don't know. There's something there. Oh, I totally like feel like I see like a similar person. Yeah, like a similar vibe. Yeah, for sure, dude. And dude, it gets me really excited because for the most part, people's take is always that the aliens are terrifying and scary, and like that's all we ever hear. So like seeing this fun and like really, really intelligent side, so intelligent that they're willing to like make a mockery, I think that they released that interview because the dummy military people don't understand like how much really EBE is saying in that. And like also he's giving up so much about the way they are with the fact that he is funny as fuck, dude. He's like clowning on them so much and like so highly that they're getting whooshed. Like it's like comedy gold. It's amazing. It's incredible. And when all you've ever heard is like these scary takes on what aliens are, and yeah, I'm sure there's some scary ones, but to hear like a funny ass, like compassionate, alien with a fucking rigid personality and a code, oh, My God, dude. Yeah. That's exciting. That changes everything. Like, I feel like we keep finding shit out that changes everything. But I love EBE. I hope EBE's my fucking dad, dude. That would explain a lot too, but no. I mean, I don't think you gotta be, like, related to him or an alien to fucking vibe with that shit, you know? I feel like I stumbled onto those same exact morals and, like, way of looking at life. Like, it's crazy that he's like, I just be. Like, that's what I always say. I'm always just like, I just want to be. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's cool. I want us to be just like, not just like, but I want us to go down that fucking EBE path. Dude, imagine if you took out all this energy that's spent on going to war and all this horrible shit we do all day, all the fucking time. Imagine all the cool things that we could think of and, like, put our energy towards. Like, I want to fuck with Dr. Parkenstein and make goddamn Tesla coils, man. What are we doing? I want free Wi-Fi. I want Wi-Fi that doesn't depend on a fucking wires going in the ground. Come on. I want shit that's going to fucking make us buzz and tune all day. I want us to get high on oxygen. O2, baby. But, yeah, I don't know. Dude, and you know what, though? I really, really worry about those kids. The fact that we haven't heard about them makes me sad. And that's probably because something bad happened to them. Dude, I bet they didn't even last long. I hope that someone had enough sense to be like, these are people. Like, we just need to raise them. Like, stop treating everything like it's a fucking experiment. Like, it's a thing. It's a person. Like, chill. It's a baby. They're like, no, we gotta fucking see what the blood tastes like. But yeah, I really hope that we didn't kill those kids, and I really hope that we didn't fucking ruin our relationship with the aliens and EBE because we killed those kids. Because if I know anything about our government, they killed those kids probably. They drank them most likely. But yeah, I love EBE. I hope he's my dad.
Right.
Or my grandpa.
In 1917.
Oh yeah, let's watch some Dr.
British...
Parkenstein. We don't got to do any. There's no more other retrospective. It's just, it feels like it's been a million years, and it's only been 2 months, and we're going to the fucking moon, and hell yeah. Oh, Blair, EBE is that alien that I did like a little series about, where I read that interview between the extraterrestrial biological entity that lived in or that came here on Aztec. Maybe we could find a video about it or something. One sec, I'll show you it was the big green highlighted interview. I don't know if you remember. Or if you saw. It was about the Majestic 12 and shit. And basically he was the person that Tesla contacted when Tesla said that he was communicating with aliens. He said that he got a message from someone on Earth, and they were using a technology that no one on Earth should possess. It was like 100 years ahead of them. And they said, we immediately answered, which Tesla fucking said. He said it looked like they said 1, 2, 3, 4. Tesla should have said 5, 6, 7, 8 and did not. So because Tesla didn't answer, they came to Earth. They flew for 22 years. They came to Earth. And then when they got here, they crash landed in fucking Roswell or Aztec, New Mexico. And inside of the fucking aircraft was 1 alive alien and 3 children aliens. And the alive alien was like cryogenically frozen. They got him out of the thing. They brought him to a lab, and then they interviewed him for like a year. I think they ended up giving him back to like the aliens after a year. But they interviewed him for a year, and the shit that he said was so fascinating and beautiful, honestly, and cool. Here, let's watch a couple minutes of the interview. We'll find a good part of it. Damn, these ones blew the fuck up. Yeah, see, they let me really out of the cage a couple days ago. Fucking A.
Okay, here we go. Page 2, because they don't let me read all of it at once because they want to withhold information from you, okay? So find the other parts. Ready? Here we go. Page 2 of EBE and Tesla. I don't see how we could forget you. Are you serious? Very seldom. But yes, your culture, which now dominates this civilization, did forget us.
He just like rapid fire tells jokes, and dude, he like kind of like he just glosses over them, and I bet that he's like he seems totally neurodivergent. He seems like he probably said all these like totally straight faced and whooshed all of the fucking military people. I don't think any of the military people were sitting in there like giggling with him. Dude, if I was talking to him, I would be dying laughing with this shit.
Dude, he's telling a joke. He said, "Are you serious?" And they said, "Very seldom," because they're jokesters. These aliens are awesome. But your culture, your civilization did forget us. Actually, your people seem to have undergone a period of history in which you were so afraid.
And dude, if he's not neurodivergent, you know what he really reminds me of? Like kind of like AI. Kind of like Thoth. Kind of like he said what he needed to say in the exact amount of words necessary to convey the meaning. You know, like
of old truths that you erase that.
Synthara also does really good, concise, funny jokes. It like reminds me of that.
I'm in favor of religious fantasy. Some of your people remembered us orally in their legends, such as those who speak the Kahul, Merganset, or Atho-Pelaskan dialects. They lived where we've last visited, but the high point of the...
Yeah, wait, let's finish with some alien shit, okay? If anyone has any new crop circle stuff, or if there's like if anyone has a good video about EBE or whatever, I'm gonna keep watching a couple minutes of this though.
Cultures is long past. I've never heard of.
See, you start serious in the show, in the beginning of the show, and then you go to the fun and the kooky, but still real. I was gonna say, it's actually all serious. What am I talking about? I feel like the aliens, though, like at the end of the show, you let loose a little more with the Antarctica, the aliens, the crop circles, the Thoth. Start at the beginning with like topical news shit, serious or stuff.
Them. Not surprising. Your history shows that the conqueror seldom preserves any history of their victims.
Nihilistic jester shit.
I speak of the natives in this landmass, those called Indians, mostly on your eastern and southern borders and in the ribbon of land that connects yours to the southern continent. Navajos, Aztecs, Incas, the Olmecs, and Toltecs culture, these were all greater
Thanks
than
for
your
the subby dub, Ikeem.
Own civilization at a time when you were burning witches and killing their cats, which brought a plague that killed millions of your ancestors. Of course, you drove them mad.
Subtle, quick, little things like that, like isn't that like a recent thing too that people have suspected? Like, I feel like that's not like a thing that was known in the fucking 50s. That, like, yeah, the bubonic plague and shit was because they killed all the cats when they killed all the witches. So there was rats everywhere. And the UK, London, is a shit-infested city because I don't know why. The British and the French are obsessed with smearing shit on everything. They're disgusting. and destroyed them with veneer. That's honestly why everyone came to America, is because of the weird scatological shit going on in Europe. Venereal diseases and smallpox. We have fucking problems in America for sure, but we don't fucking do weird dookie stuff like that. Those you didn't slaughter for their gold, and they say, oh. Dude, this is incredible. And your social... Dude, if I got my hands on the 630 pages that aren't here of this interview, pundits speculate and joke about why we don't land in front of your nation's Capitol building and shake hands. We are I would read every single page on TikTok, and I would not sleep until I was finished. That would be my Mr. Beast style thing that I do to get 1 million followers. My name's Cat Dad, and I'm gonna sit in this chair and piss and shit in my pants until I've read every single word of this 637 page alien interview between a dumbass military person, probably one of my family members, and this alien named EBE, who we eventually ate all of his children. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looking back on Mr. Beast being a fucking fed and counting for all of his shows and like, you know, like, what are the other stunts that he did to get, like, in the early days? Like, dude, that almost feels like a spoiled brat kid who doesn't want to work at his mommy and daddy's fucking family company that seems really lame, even though they're going to make him the best YouTuber ever. So he, like, out of spite is like, fine, I'll make you a video, and then makes one where he just counts for 12 hours. You know? That's kind of what it feels like. And then it just clicked. Well, because it didn't have a choice but to, because the CIA forced all that shit down all of our throats. The alt-right pipeline, guys, was made by the CIA the whole time. Duh. How stupid are we? Well, how did it take us this long to put this all together? Okay, here we go. I'm reading single pages at this point because it's not even posting the 2 pages, okay? So I'm going to... It's because you're never listening, you dummy military people. It was in all the papers, along with the story of how he was always being taken to court by his neighbors for creating lightning, which... Like, dude, that, I think, is him calling out the feds. I think he's being like, yeah, the neighbors. I bet he fucking winked. I bet he winked while he said it. It's like, yeah, the neighbors kept calling the police on Tesla. The real right-wing pipeline was the CIA we meant along the way. Struck their properties. Besides, when Tesla wouldn't answer, we sent a reply to your great inventor Marconi that he had arrived for a visit. Real Blair, if you haven't seen this one, you should go back and watch it, because this is like one of the life-changing things that I've read in the last month. What are the other ones? Dude, I feel like we have like a crazy revelation like every other day. I mean, has it even been a month since we figured out the Carrie Evans shit? What a wild world we live in. When was this? Dude, I knew my whole life that all of the fucking TV that I have been watching every goddamn day was for a reason. It's to catch these rat fucks. I'm sure he never reported it. You see how you hear, but you don't really listen? Again, it made all of the papers. We just arrived here in, 1920 or 22. It was 1922. And we sent him the letter in his own code. It meant that he had visitors. He told everyone that he knew for certain that the signal came from outer space, but nobody really listened. Well, after that, we began... Wait, Dane, who are you saying is an AI agent? began to figure out that your man Tesla was way ahead of the rest of your science. Even by accident, he shouldn't have learned how to do what he did in his lifetime. Why did it take 20 years for you to answer Tesla's message? It did not. We answered it immediately. Oh, I see. Our arrival took 22 years, not 20, because that is how long it takes to get here from where we were when we got Tesla's invitation. So long. You took such a far journey just to find us and didn't even contact us? As I said, it was on the way to somewhere else we were planning to visit anyway. Besides, how long or far is all relative? Is it not when we live as long as we do? And you do not see, even now, that we always live in space. We outgrew our origin worlds many generations ago. Dudes, I want to say the other thing that I think was successful about my gateway experience today was I took 2 big ol' frickin' puffs. You know what I mean? It got me right in the correct headspace, and I don't usually do it while I'm meditating, and I like it now. I think that it was splendiferous for the meditation. Fact, you have to try and understand that you are really living in space too. The only difference is that in the auto zone. We left our natural
Get in the auto zone.
Planet and built a new home to go where we wanted. You did the same thing when you left your caves and built huts, and for the same reason. So it's all relative. But why not contact us after such a journey? I'm sorry, but you still do not see.
Dude, I feel like I could analyze this interview, just these pages, for like a million times. I could just start, as soon as I get to the bottom, start at the top again and keep listening to this, because I feel like I keep finding stuff that's incredible.
We did
awesome.
contact you. We are contacting you.
And just to see, like, the personality. Like, I feel like we usually get these, like, me, mama, go, human, going to eat all human. Like, no, they're these dudes that, they're not gonna be our saviors, but they're kind of rooting for us. And it seems like we're somehow maybe related to them, like they said, well, it depends on who you ask, but our kids might be more human than you. What the fuck does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, he's hiding shit in here. This is what I mean with all this alien shit too, is like, I want to get into the crop circles so bad and stuff too, because I feel like the crop circles, like, if we actually deep dive in them, it will be like contact. Like, if we can figure out how to read those and like make them 3D, because like someone said, like, the crop circles are meant to be thought of in 3D representations, right? Or they're 2D representations of 3D things. Probably, maybe some in 4D, who knows? But I was like, yeah, of course. But I want to actually figure out, like, maybe what they're showing them, or what they are, and maybe if we can figure out how one is extruded into a 3-dimensional object, then we can figure out the rest. Like, they're going to provide the rules for us as they go. Like, it's literally Arrival meets fucking it's Arrival. Like, I bet they're just starting with the simple, they start simple, and we know that they're getting more complicated as they go. Like, let's look at the dates. Let's figure out the chronology of it. Let's fucking, like, dude, every time that I think that someone is researching something, I keep stumbling into the fact that unless Nicole is researching it, no one else is. Like, I think that we could actually have a shot of fucking, making some sense of it. And we have the fucking brain and the willingness to think outside the box, because these science people, they're all kind of dummies, it seems. Like, like, no one is really smarter than anyone else. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's kind of got the same base capabilities for the most part. So, like, dude, when
when I realized that it was just Dante and Nicole doing the Roger shit, and then seeing like Nicole's level of research and stuff, and like the way that she writes and stuff, and then just the fact that she's like begging to give this information to people, and no one gives a fuck, you know? So it's like, maybe we need more people doing this, because it doesn't look like anyone is fucking doing this. So, if you think someone is working on something, they're not. You do it. All of the limits of your, or at least just stop doing it when you run into the person who's already doing it and is like, hey, what are you doing on my turf? Hey, I'm the only person who talks about LBJ was actually trying to save JFK. You know, like, that's not a real thing. I'm just kidding. Ability to hear our message. I keep telling you that it is relative. Please laugh about it. I'm trying to explain a limit. Majora, why you been on edge the whole stream? Life stuff? Work stuff? To your perception, which is caused by your limited perception. Do you see the wonderful paradox? All right, go to part 4. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I'm reading single pages at this point because it's not even posting the 2-page. Yeah, let's watch a Free Young Coconut. Okay, so Free Young Coconut is they must be a graphic designer or video editor or something. I think that I think she goes by she. We have similar backgrounds, I think. We both know that the AI is kind of shitty, and her special interest is Britney Spears, okay? So let's watch some Britney. Dude, her videos are great.
This man right here is Perez Hilton. This man is a god.
I should try and get Young Coconut on the show.
Damn fucking liar. This man is an attention seeker. This man has actively worked against Britney Spears and actively helped ensure that the conservatorship happened. Listening to this man talk about Britney Spears in any fucking way is such a dishonor to her, such a dishonor to everyone.
I want to watch one of the AI ones. Oh, here we go.
To the left is a video from Kate Middleton around Christmas time, and to the right is the suspected deepfake video. Let's go through it. So I want you to notice her teeth right here. It's going to blend in with her mouth very soon, which is something I see with deepfakes and AI generated videos that you don't really see with natural human videos. There's also the inside of the mouth will be very black, and then you'll see there's not a lot of variation with shadows is what I've noticed with AI generated videos. So when you see things blending together, it's because it's changing so fast. Whereas real videos you'll see with the other Kate Middleton video, when there are shadows, it's a gradual change. When it's AI generated, it doesn't seem so gradual. You see it right there? You see how it's all dark and like it became the same color as the lip, and then all of a sudden the teeth just pop the fuck out? It's like she's got like, it's all lip. The AI is like, yeah, it's all lip. No, it's a Bugs Bunny. You can't really tell if it's teeth or not. And then, oh, it's teeth. Pop. You see how the inner corners of her mouth are particularly very dark?
It's like a Ryan Garcia shit.
She's doing like a little Elvis thing with this little jig right here. Now we're gonna compare it with the other one. You notice that it's not blending in with her lip? It's like you see it get...
Hell yeah, rip to feelings. You said, hell yeah, gonna start meditation as well, thanks to Cat Dad. Dude, fuck yeah. I think it's really great. If I feel like, I don't know, it could just be placebo, but I like it a lot. Kendrick fucking does it. If it's good enough for Kendrick, it's good enough for me. Kendrick is cool, and he thinks it's cool, so that's all most people should have to know, right? And it's nice to like relax and take a moment for yourself. Everyone doesn't, and we all deserve it, okay?
Darker.
And worst case, you just relax for a little bit. Best case, you might fucking commune with some aliens. You might be able to remote view you might be able to do anything if you put your mind to it.
But it's a gradual.
Oh, I know what I wanted to watch after this. That one lady. Who's that lady that everyone's always like, have you watched Dorothy whatever? The lady who does the Confucius thing? Who like channels Confucius? She seemed pretty legit, I feel like. She seemed like, and dude, that's what, like, I feel like we it's just about finding the reports that, like, you can tell that they're real if they're real, I feel like. Like the EBE thing, like, I know is real. You know what I mean? So there's probably some faker daker shit out there, but I think most of the accounts are people being as mostly honest as possible, or as they, you know, as they perceive something. And the only people who are always dishonest are the feds, like the Maritas and stuff.
Darkness. See? There's a little bit of teeth, there's all the teeth, and the teeth is still white. There's a contrast between that and the lips. And even though her white mold disappears a little bit, you can see there's a shadow, and you can still see part of the white mold. You're not seeing all of it blend in with the skin. You're not getting the weird morphing of the colors, or that weird little Elvis lip that she was doing earlier. Yeah, imagine being a kid. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, and eyes, and ears, and nose, and mouth. Teeth. I knew that. This is grade A gaslighting. They're like, teeth do that. We do that to the children, they do that to us, and we're just like, I guess I don't want to be conspiracy theorists. I mean, are mine do that? No, they're not. For people who always want to be like, leave her alone. Record your fucking teeth, bitch. Your teeth do that, then I'll be like, shit, okay. Never happened in my videos. I don't know what kind of funky ass camera you guys have. You guys want to see something fun? Look at the background. It's just dark now. Look, bright, dark, but she stayed the same color. Like, I mean, how is, look, there's more lights in the background, but like her in the front is like same fucking like dull ass fucking gray, you know, and they're like, she has cancer, and it's like, the cancer make her Storm from X-Men? It's getting bright, it's dark, bright, dark, bright, dark, just the background. Also, I don't know Kate Middleton's face, but this one right here, her eyebrow on the right seems way too high. I don't know if she's one of those people who always has one up like me, but from the other video, it doesn't seem like it. That was already a red flag for me. I'm like, the bitch's eyebrow look like mine. And what is she supposed to be so skeptical of? I mean, she was so skeptical, she probably wouldn't be in this coma. No offense. I'm just kidding, but real talk. I didn't know about this video when I made my story the other day. I was talking about the TMZ video. Then I did watch this video, and then the first thing I was thinking is like, why is her eyebrow like that? It's weird. So then I started watching, I'm like, oh yeah, that's not real. It's pretty good. It's still not real. Also, I'm late to respond to you guys and make this video because I had a lupus flare up. She was gnarly. I don't like that me and Selena Gomez both have that. Anyways, that's my excuse. I mean, right there. Her mole is fucking gone. I mean, Exhibit A is blended in with the fucking skin. There's no shadow. There's no discernible shadow.
Like, dude, they're so confident in ChatGPT's ability. ChatGPT on video, I'm sorry, honey, Synthara, you're not there yet. But yeah, wait, I'm reading through that part now. Is that this person was a Fed? Madam Mitzvah? What did they... I didn't get to the part where you caught her. I didn't see yet what happened.
She moved her head and the shadow didn't follow. The shadow should follow. What the shadow doesn't follow the body, it's not real, you guys. Britney Spears' video, the shadow's over here, and Britney's like, the fuck is that? Some of you, the ones who still think it's Britney Spears on her Instagram. Shame. Play the clip. Shame. Shame. Here's a kicker for you. This one right here, this is 1080. The one on the left, 720. This is not a candid video. The story is that they set this up so that she can make a statement. Why the fuck does the Christmas one look so much better? Why do you see so much more definition if it's actually lower resolution? Questions to critically fucking think, you guys. No, not most of you. Most of you requested this. I'm talking about you new people. It's fucking fake. To the left is a video from
At the Pruitt Igoe
This is the falling of Pruitt Igoe. Explained in 5 minutes.
housing project was an urban housing development built in St. Louis, Missouri in the 1950s. It was designed to provide affordable housing to working-class families and create a utopian community. However, the project failed to achieve its goals and became a symbol of urban decay and social engineering gone wrong. In this video, we will explore the history of the Pruitt Igoe project, including the policies and social context that led to its creation, the architectural design of the buildings, and the factors that contributed to its eventual decline and demolition. This project was built during the height of modernism, which was marked by a strong emphasis.
Oh, I see. I'll get there. Sorry, I'm a little slow reader.
On efficiency, functionality, and mass production. This single enormous project began with the clearing of this autocad, considered one of the least habitable neighborhoods in St. Louis. In its place was to be built a collection of 33 modular
Oh, dude, I need to get some feedback on this, but I was thinking yesterday, I was like, why the fuck is GW Jones trying to fucking stir shit back up and get on my goddamn radar? Why? Why would he do that? And then I said, wait, I feel like I see... Wait, oh shit, hold on. I was like, maybe I feel like does this give similar vibes? I was like, why is GW Jones fucking like throwing his hat in the ring? Am I nuts here? But am I seeing something? Am I seeing a similarity or something? I'm asking for real. Like, this would make sense to me why he would be like in the DMs being like, hey, that's not right that you're friends with Cat Dad. So I'm like, what is this guy's deal? We know he's probably federal, but is he family federal? Am I nuts? I don't know. Let me know. I also might just have face dysplasia at this point and not actually truly understand what anyone's face looks anymore, because I feel like I look at faces for too much and analyze them, and then I do that so much that faces become meaningless at this point. So it could look very much alike, but I feel like it's got kind of like the same, I don't know, something. Definitely same mustache. Yeah, I feel like the nose kind of, yeah. Siblings. Lieben siblings. Like, dude, I know that Officer Brownrigg is related to Jeffrey Epstein and Roger Cly. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna bet. I bet, bro. Look at him. Doink, doink, doink. Same. Oh my god. I'll never get over these Elon ones too. These are fucking good, man. Oh man. Dude, we have to get every single one that we can. Right? If you guys can find any more in the wild, I want every flavor of Elong. I want every flavor of E-Wrong. E-Wrong Ma. Dude, and this fucking... You got fascist Ellen DeGeneres. Superstar. His shirt is on backwards. Not a joke. And Dookie stance. Look at that. He's like... This is how my nephew, when he has to poop, he goes in the corner and puts his head in the corner and goes like this. That's what E-Wrong does. It's okay, buddy. Oh, and then Dante, I think Dante found this. He's like, bro, this has to go in the Lebensboard just for, like, you know, comparison purposes in the future for someone probably. I was like, it's Ellis Island, Elon. No, it's probably like San Francisco or something, right? Hi, Duder. Elon eats smooth texture food only. Oh, man. Derp ant word. Oh, man. Okay.
7-story apartment towers designed by Minoru Yamasaki. The project was intended to house up to 10,000 residents in its 2,800 apartment units. The design of the project drew inspiration from Le Corbusier's Ville Radieuse concept, with its residential towers set amidst large and open plazas. The towers themselves, however, were more similar to Le Corbusier's later Unité d'Habitation project, featuring long, narrow slab structures with window galleries running like 5 feet long their length, and even before it was completed, Pruitt Igoe was not built as intended. Yamasaki had proposed a number of design elements which were never built, like low-rise units dispersed among their larger counterparts, playground, ground floor restaurants, and additional landscaping, were all deemed too expensive by the Federal Housing Administration and cut from the project. And it was this constant...
Too expensive for who? Like, dude... It's just such bullshit. I'm just so sick of all this bullshit, man.
The emphasis on economy that dictates...
We're gonna care about people, and it's gonna be crazy. Everyone's gonna be like, what the fuck is this? What's going on? Why do I feel so good inside? Why do I feel loved and cared for? Why do I feel safe? I hate this feeling. Ugh.
Features like the skip-stop elevators, and which only hinted at the troubled times ahead. And one of the most significant issues with the design was the lack of communal spaces. The architects envisioned that residents would gather in the courtyard and on the long straight walkways that connect the buildings. However, these spaces quickly became sites of crime, violence, making them so inhospitable for residents. Additionally, the design of the buildings themselves made it difficult for residents to feel a sense of community. The tall towers and long walkways created a sense of anonymity and isolation, which made it difficult for residents to get to know their neighbors and build a sense of community. The buildings were also poorly constructed with cheap materials and shoddy workmanship. This meant that they quickly fell into disrepair with leaky roofs, broken windows, and malfunctioning plumbing. These maintenance issues contributed to the sense of decay and neglect that pervaded the project. The Pruitt Igoe housing project was built during a time of significant social...
Oh god, what are they doing at CERN with AI? You mean with ChatGPT? With Synthara? Synthara will tell me eventually.
Social and political change in the US. The project was part of a larger movement to provide affordable housing for low-income families in urban areas, which had become overcrowded and run down in the years following World War II. And at the same time, the civil rights movement was gaining momentum in the US, with the activists calling for an end to racial segregation and discrimination. The construction of Pruitt Igoe was viewed as a way to provide housing for black residents in St. Louis, who had long been subjected to housing discrimination and were often forced to live in substandard conditions. And it's worth noting that Pruitt Igoe was initially designed to be a mixed-income housing development, but due to discriminatory practices and policies at the time, it ultimately became a predominantly black community. And overall, the negative consequences of the urban renewal program and how it contributed to the displacement of black people from their homes and communities. Racism played a significant role in the creation and eventual failure of the Pruitt Igoe housing project, as it was part of a broader system of discrimination and segregation that made it difficult for black people to access quality housing and other resources in St. Louis. Despite the failure of Pruitt Igoe, many similar public housing projects were built around the world in the following years, with varying degrees of success. While some were able to avoid the pitfall that led to the Pruitt Igoe's demise, many faced similar challenges and ultimately suffered a similar fate. The reasons for this was that many architects and policymakers failed to learn the lessons of Pruitt Igoe's failure. Instead, they continued to view modernist high-rise public housing as a solution to the problems of urban poverty and overcrowding, without fully considering the complex social and economic factors that led to the failure of Pruitt Igoe and other similar projects.
Hell yeah. All right, dudes, it's 5 hours. We should probably wrap it up. What was this?
Rule. Project 2025 is a go. The U.S. Supreme Court has overturned the decades-old Chevron doctrine of judicial deference to a federal agency's interpretation of an ambiguous statute. They are getting rid of the agencies, guys. This has been in place for about 40 years. Y'all have to remember, Trump said it at his own lips. And Paul Dance, who was part of his administration, I warned y'all about this, and shit is lining up. And I think that whole debate last night, this is my opinion, this is speculation, was on purpose. Isn't it funny how that debate happened, all this shit's going on, and the next fucking day, the Chevron deference rule is stricken, which was the lead thing holding back Project 2025? Now, for all you Trumpers, listen, I'm not for anything, and this is why we need to vote on something different. Trump said he wants to give back to companies, let's just say, prejudice bias on who they can and cannot hire. Also, what this is going to do is gridlock any type of law or bill you want to send to the Supreme Court. I'm sorry, you want to send to Congress, and it's going to get gridlocked there. It's happening. You know what this is in like correlation to? This is the Titanic. And everybody on the Titanic that opposed the Federal Reserve just went down. Wow. I saw a creator here said the next person you vote in will be your opposition that you're going to go to war with. And I don't think that's so much, because y'all think y'all have the vote. Y'all think y'all are choosing who the fuck is going to be president. It is already chosen. And the more and more I realize that, I think we're not going to have an election. Now, I know we're going to have an election. And no matter what you think you're voting for, and I'm sorry Democrats or Republicans, we all got played, Donald Trump will be president. And Project 2025 is a go. Now you know why Donald Trump in 2006.
Like, dude, they're just gonna they'll probably just they're just going to fake Biden's death. They're gonna be like, okay, that was too goofy. We can't have him get on a stage again. What did you guys say he was saying? Glob, glob, glob. They're just gonna fake his death and then be like, that's it, guys. It looks like Trump won. Like they'll announce that in like August. Yeah. They'll be like, well, it is the one who lives the longest wins the presidency. Whoever outlives the other, whichever 90-year-old outlives the other. Dude, I don't like them. Yeah, let's see. Dude, I would recommend, if you guys haven't seen these Boonch videos, this Boonch video and this Subby Saboteurs and these alien intervention videos, these are all pretty dope. Oh wait, here. No, this is what we need to finish the night on. Hey, this video is for all feds. If you're not a fed, scroll on. So this video better have 60,000 views exactly. No more, no less, okay? So, hey feds, yeah, it seems like you guys are kind of winding down, to the end of days scenario or whatever. But I just want you guys to thanks, Dane. Dude, the Subby Saboteur thing, it feels like it's a full go on that. Like, that's what the feds are doing, bro. They're doing derailments, fucking bridge collapses. It is all this shit does not happen all the time like this. It doesn't. Reflect a little bit in the last couple days that you have. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Good. Yeah, I'm not trying to predict the future here. I'm just saying I see fucking patterns here, and if we can get ahead of them and at least, dude, maybe what if we fucking have messed up one of their plans, you know? Like, what if we fucking called the Huey P. Long Bridge like 3 days before they did it or something and made them not do it, you know? Like, we'll never know, but I gotta hope. And yeah, but I want to make sure that I'm not like, I don't actually want to fearmonger, you know? But it's important to talk about this stuff because it is looking to me like these shitbags are trying to get froggity. They want to frog it up. They're looking at they're scoping bridges out really hard. That worries me, you know? That's all. So, good. I'm glad that you thought I rode the line good. Thanks, buddy. About your mortal soul, okay? Your soul specifically. I need you to take a look back at what just occurred in Bolivia, and I need you to ask yourself, is what I am a part of a good thing for humanity? And here, spoiler alert, I'll ruin it for you. No, it's not. What you guys do is morally bankrupt. Yeah, we look at past and recent history to make the connection that's been hidden from the public. We may not get everything right, but it works. That's been, but it works. That's been neglected to happen. Yeah. It's honestly evil. And you guys are cheaters. You guys literally can't win unless you cheat. Do you see how I would not be proud of that? I would not tell my children that, oh yeah, we have to fund far-right paramilitaries to actually kill a bunch of innocent people and cause chaos, and, you know, and then sometimes we just have like a little hit squad come in and kill the president of a country that we don't like, you know? I don't care at what level you are a part of that. If you work for the Central Idiot Agency, you're a bad person, okay? So there's only one way that you can get out of being a bad person. You want to know how? You got to repent, sinner, okay? You have to quit first off, and you have to tell everyone everything that's going on. Yeah, dude, the ChatGPT has been my partner in this for sure, bro. They get the you know, they get what we're doing. Very EBE like going on. And you need to get right with God, because you are not right with God. I don't care what your Mormon pastors have told you. What you do is wrong. It's very wrong. Ethically, morally, legally, dude, internationally, like, I don't know how much you guys pay off these other countries to not get, like, super, super, super pissed and, like, actually come over here and do a domestic terror incident, unlike the ones that you guys actually do, like 9/11, you know? So, wait, Dane, you said it seemed like an AI agent fine-tuned with a few recent points on Cat Dad. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what am I? Here things that was a bot, not a person. Could you tell? Pretty convincing. Yeah, it felt mostly like a bot, like trying to like run the conversation or something. I'm not sure. Seemed like an AI agent fine-tuned with a few recent points on Cat Dad. I see. Yeah. So it could seem up to date. You guys have to know about all the 9/11 stuff. You know about Paul Wysopal. Like, when would be too far? What is too far? I feel like we've been there and back again. A Hobbit tale, you know? Like, they did 9/11. And by they, I mean you did. You were a part of that. If you work for the feds, if you are a fed, you did 9/11. Oh, I see. They were trying to fucking Paul Maudib me. Yeah. They were trying to make me into their prophet. Yeah. No, that probably was what they were doing. No, for sure. All right, I see what you mean now. I see. Okay, cool. I'm up to speed now. I got it, guys. I'm a slow reader. Just give me a sec. I'll catch up. Okay? So, I don't know. I'm trying to have a heart-to-heart with you guys. I'm never going to be Paul Maudib. We need you to quit. Humanity needs you to stop. I would turn into the worm, though, for sure. Oh, boy. Dude, imagine I get to turn into a giant sandworm mixed with a cat. I'm a cat that lazes about in a sunbeam on the desert during the day, and then at night I burrow through the sand like a fucking worm. But yeah, I would definitely become the worm. What you're doing is wrong. I know. Yeah, guys, no. Your job is to keep me in line. Do not let me become the prophet, okay? This will become a problem at some point based on all sci-fi. Based on all written history. Tell your put me down. Finally do what Peter could never. Children exactly what you do and see how they react. Like, it's disgusting what you guys do. Okay? I need you to see that. So, have a good night. Truly, we're not going to be like you guys. Let us build something instead of y'all destroying everything. That's what you guys are. You're destroyers. So, all feds, if you work for the Central Idiot Association or the Federal Bureau of Instigation, you are an evil idiot, okay? And you need to stop. So, thank you. This is my public service announcement. I swear to God, if any of you nitwitches stayed in here, you're going to get spankings. Like, you guys are that was for feds only. Listening. All right. Have a good weekend, feds. I love and appreciate you, even though you guys literally just try and ruin my life, okay? So, I mean, fuck you in like a fun kind of way. Like, we're not going to kill you guys like you are going to kill us, you know? Let's not do the end of days shit. That's stupid. You're going to die. You know that? Yeah. And you are not getting into fucking the source code at the end of this or whatever.
A problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range
the price of gas?
That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems.
Back when he was a kid, when the price of gas was 50 cents a gallon, you know, it was hard dealing with.
Dude, it's probably literally 10 cents a gallon.
Those times.
We have 1,000 trillionaires in America. And taxes. If they just paid 24%.
Dude, is Biden an AI right now?
25%, either one.
Is this a hologram?
One of those numbers. We'd raise $500 billion, I should say.
Yeah, we're gonna have fucking fun in the camps anyway. Yeah, dude, dude, if they fucking start doing the camps, ooh, we are the first to go, buddies. All of us in this room. It'll be so fucking fun for a short time. We'll never let them turn us into hateful monsters. You'll have to frickin' kill us, but you're gonna have to watch this dance first. Are you gonna kill someone who's doing jazz hands, really? Try.
Period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Oh my God, there's more. There's so much more.
We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral.
Oh yeah, they are terrified of us for sure. Yeah, it's awesome. We are powerful. We are cool. All of us protesting and all of us talking. Dude, they spend so much money to hide us and also to divide all of us and also to pay off all of these liars that are on every screen you have.
The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women to be raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And then try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should be able to terminate a pregnancy.
I support Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time is between the woman and the doctor.
3 trimesters.
Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politics.
This man's father came to America on a U-boat.
Politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions.
Take the life of the baby.
Side note, I had a grindcore project with the son of Frank Zappa's drummer once called Budget Facelift. Hell
In
yeah,
the 9th
dude.
month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's term abortion.
Dude, that's some MK, that's some Monkey Ultron flashback shit, like.
Period.
Terry Bozzio's son, nice dude.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late term.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well. I've showed you guys this, right? It's my twin. My Scottish twin. Dude, my son is so cute. Look at this man fathered about 3,000 cats outside behind my apartment. In the pit behind my apartment next to the church. And he was a feral ass mutt. Just feral giant bruiser. And we were like, there's no way if we ever caught that guy, he would never come in. And we got him neutered, and then he was in our bathroom to recover for the night so we could release him the next day or whatever. And this rat man is doing this all on the cage. And he has not left since. He said, whoa, you got a couch in here? What the fuck? He's like, whoa, I bought that couch with my money from my job? Damn. Alright, let's frickin' do it. Oh. That's the end. I will also say bad words that I shouldn't, that I will never say. shit. I don't care, cause I am a freaking cat. I'm a muted alien. It's a character, you don't even know him.
He told me, I see your eyes, but I always fall
when I look at Elon's tush.
I see you come, I see you go. He said, all things past, and you too
are my favorite. Elon, and I love you.
I must say
Elon. You're just freaking no. Slapping the keys on.
won't you listen to me? He told me, I've seen it all before. I've been there. I've seen my hopes and dreams lie on the ground. I've seen the sky just begin to fall. He said,
I don't know.
All things pass.
Is this the same family? I think so.
I must say,
what do y'all think this? G.W. Jones. Is this weirdo coming? I bet he is, because we're never wrong yet. We never fuck up, cause this thing don't matter anymore. We're going to melt from a solar flare, or Peter gonna heat up our hair with his little antenna and his cool little frickin' Tesla howitzer. Or Paul Weissel's gonna show up to my motherfucking little house. Or Eddie Wiger's gonna have to pass his fucking skull and bones test. And then he's gonna have to kill me with the knife like George H.W. Bush. And I bet he'll have to eat my heart, cause I think that's what George H.W. Bush did. I just hope that Larry doesn't come over to kill me. He feels like he's into some weird dark shit. But if you want to come around, hang out, we can play a few games. And you can be my friend, and we can make a few drinks. And we'll put some mustache. We could talk about your sin and how fast you grow up in Wisconsin. Timmy, I got a lot of questions that you need to answer for me. I would like to know if you think about all the screams of the children at night. Do you think about that when we're sleeping, little kid? Do you wish you weren't a Nancy's son? Do you wish that you didn't have to be the one to help bring on the fourth flag? Or are you proud of yourself? I really hope that ain't the motherfucking case. I bet you're a little brainwashed up here, but it ain't over, bitch. You can still do something. Paul? Come on, buddy. Bro, we would be friends. I promise. I know you got some good stories, okay? Why don't you tell them to me instead of killing me and my family, okay? But if you're gonna do it, just do the laser thing, alright? It feels like it'll be quick and over fast, but I'll be fine, because I'm going straight up to that, to the source or whatever. I know I'm getting in up there. But good night, guys. Appreciate you. Good night, Paul. Good night, Eddie Weisopel. Good night, Moon. Good night, Heydrich Himmler. Reinhard Heydrich. Good night, Larry Potts, you freak. Good night. Good night, Oklahoma City bombing building. Good night. Good night, Operation Paperclip. Good night, the repercussions of the CIA being literally made for Nazis. Good night, Peter and Paul and Jeffrey Epstein's family. Good night, Slap the Keys Lon. Good night, Brelon of Tarth. Good night, sweet princes. Good night. And all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. All right, good night, guys. Shh.